Hello everyone. Good evening. How are all of you tonight? My name is Kiyomi Okada, the cutest elf Vtuber around. Just kidding. Or am I? I hope you guys have had a nice Friday so far. Hello everyone in chat. Look at pre-chat. We've got Marty, Focal, Backrooms, and Inochi and Kidney. Hello. How are all of you tonight? I hope you're doing well. Well, give me just a second here. It has been a bit since we've done a visual novel. I think this one has at least some voice acting. It does have multiple endings, so that's good. Your Friday was alright. You didn't win any games of Magic, but you got a really cool card. Very cool. Hello V, hello. Well, I'm glad that your Friday was alright, Vocal, despite not winning any of your games of Magic. Chat, I'm sorry if my energy levels are a bit low tonight. I've had a day, I did originally, admittedly, consider not streaming tonight, but I know that if I let myself slack, that I might, get out of the habit, and I don't want to do that. Although, we'll see. I need to take it easy on myself this time of year. Because it's a bit hard. Winter and the cold months are hard. So, time for a calm stream. Yeah, definitely. And maybe I'll get some extra sleep tomorrow. Maybe I'm just really exhausted. I don't know. I wish. I'm cold. I'm wearing warm clothes, but I feel frozen. Chat, and I don't love it. I don't love it at all.
In this land of eternal winter.
Oh my. That's a start. That wasn't me. I promise. The house says it's 70. Oh no, kitty. Hi. Oh, I love you so much. Hello, I love you. But you're all up in my business. Hi, Mama's streaming. Yeah, that jump scared me too. I had no idea that was gonna be so loud. Let's see if, is there, Kitty? Is there a voice volume? Let's lower the voice volume. Let's chill. Game jump scare. For real? I hopefully got it working, but now I have a kitty in the way of the screen. Hi, I can't do anything if I can't read any of it. Good job. Come on, buddy. Go on. Thank you. Very cursed. I cannot guarantee that won't happen again. So, shall we continue? Yes, I think they know I'm not in great spirits today. I've had lots of kitty snuggles. I don't know, usually I keep the house about 70 in the winter, and people are like, that's really warm, and my body would like to say that no, it is not. I don't know for how cold it is outside. It sinks into my bones and does not want to let go. So, even a really hot shower earlier that I took a little longer than extra, even that didn't help too much, and I'm frustrated with it. So, it looks like we have partial voice acting. I'm probably not gonna try to voice act this time. 74? Wow. Yeah, but electricity is already so expensive. In this land of eternal winter.
We tell a tale of a princess atop a lonely tower.
Oh, there's more of the voice. Okay.
Awaiting her knight in shining armor.
Oh, are you guys hearing the, singing type voice? I'm not sure if I changed the sound settings too much, but, it's a thing. It's kind of quiet. Okay, we'll try.
For she seeks.
Oh.
What could we add?
Ah, okay, it went from being super loud to not, so we'll try again.
Rumor, femur, endeavor.
First it's too loud, now it's not. Gosh darn it.
No, doesn't sound right.
Thank you, TC.
Oh, yes, I've got one.
Here we go.
For she seeks one who can charm her.
Oh, goodness me.
Amidst this excruciating winter.
It's... Amidst this excruciating winter. Real off-tune, yes. I mean, but at least he's a cute elf boy, right? So, that's a win. She cupped her hands over his mouth, ending the song at that. That was atrocious. She cringed, thinking back at his performances. Phew. I've been listening to you for hours. Admittedly, that was at least one of your better attempts. Oh no.
Oh, Runku.
Why, thank you. That's easy to say. That is to say, I was most definitely not complimenting you. That was a horrendous performance. With that, she let go of his mouth and pulled away from the poor guy. Uh-oh.
Oh.
Aw, poor guy. But at least you're cute. His ears drooped down with sheer disappointment. Aww. I feel daggers in my chest. Come now, I was merely being honest. She sighed. I know I said I'd help you out, but I'm exhausted. Yeah, me too. I'd be willing to do something else, though. Uh-oh. As long as it isn't about indulging in your music. We just finished watching Jurassic World. Oh, I've never seen it, admittedly. He is very pretty. Immediately, his ears perked up. Okay. Bleh? I loved how looking dark elves they are. They are very beautiful. This is a well-known characteristic of elves. Their ears convey their emotions. No. Mine most definitely do not do that, chat. They're very... They're just ears. They're just ears. But yes, neat world building, indeed. I will take it as This game's canon. Okay. I'd hate to admit it, but I do find it rather adorable when they do that.
Of course. As long as you don't kick me out of here.
Of course, as long as you don't kick me out of here. What's his name? Dearie, I'm not such a deplorable person. I've had not a great day, chat, I'll be honest. My mood is not where I'd like it to be, but I'm pushing through it, so I'll be alright. How about you, TC? Are you having a good day?
Oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry. Emotionally blunted, but good. Ah, Backrooms, you're having a rough day too. I'm sorry to hear that. I'm used to elves hugging trees and trying to harm you. I don't try to harm you, nor do I hug trees. Thank you very much. Oh, sorry. That's not what I... Oh, he's too cute! Enough. No need for apologies. Aww. Yes. How did I find myself in this situation? When you invade... Well, I mean, yeah, if you invade places, of course they're gonna attack you. Yes, got some work done. Screwed 7 screws in and I was dead, but great progress for you. What? What are you putting screws in? That's great progress. I am very curious now. They should just let me... They're elves, local. They're not Pokemon. Oh, goodness. My voice is doing weird stuff. Ugh. The nerve. A few hours ago. Oh, brave hero, I have long been waiting for your arrival. Same, girl, same. A 17-foot full... Oh. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I get that then. Yeah, okay. That's fair. She is pretty too. 17-foot pole for your Starlink satellite. Now that I think of it, I'm not very fond of this one. She nodded to herself. The lone girl then continued to recite her lines in the middle of the room. I meant they weren't Pokemon when I tried to collect one in a Pokeball. Brave hero, I hope your weary soul... No, scrap that one. Hello, Zephyr. How are you tonight? Oh, you have arrived at last. Long have I waited for you in my dreams. That one is rather dramatic, but it has some flair. Alright, so I don't know what's going on with my voice, but it feels like everything's weird. I don't know, chat. Ugh. I set them in a status field. That worked. I got like a lot of them. I suppose I'll set that one aside. Hero, you have arrived. State your name. I don't know. Everything seems weird. I don't feel like I sound like myself, and it's kind of weird. I don't understand what's happening. Zephyr arrives. The next dialogue. Oh, you've arrived at last, right? Thank you. Yeah, I don't know. My headspace is real off, but she recited once again, offering her hand in the air. Simple, subtle, and dignified. I think I shall go with this one for now. At least until she decides to change it again in a few days' time. Having reached a consensus with herself, the girl felt pretty proud. How do other princesses deal with this? I don't want to be the last one rescued. Oh dear, I will not have to wait until I'm old and ailing for my hero to arrive, will I? I didn't even say that right. Ah! No, I don't know what's going on. I don't know. Ah! I'm very frustrated. I don't know. I feel like my voice isn't my own. Oh dear, I will not have to wait until I'm old and ailing until my hero arrives, will I? She pressed her hands together, forming a praying gesture. For me would scream into a pillow, then a wall, the mirror, and sleep. Oh my gosh. Hero, I wish you to hurry on your way. You do not have to be a prince. A rough adventurer will do. Although I'd love a dashing hero who can sweep me off my feet. A brave, handsome hero with strong arms, wielding a legendary sword, perhaps? Is she looking for Link? Does she want Link? Or maybe she wants Cloud. Or maybe she wants Sephiroth. There's so many swords, like... I don't know. A legendary sword. I mean, that would be... Or King Arthur. I mean, yeah, that's true. Maybe she wants Link. I mean, I don't blame her, cause, I mean, it's Link, so... Well... She did say, you know, a rough adventurer. I don't know. Baddie with long hair and a sword, okay? Listen. My standards are all over the place. And I've got to admit, I would think his sword is pretty legendary, personally. Aw, goodbye, Kidney. Thank you so much for stopping by. Sorry to hear about your internet. Okay, maybe that's better. I think it is. I think I had to burp, so I had to mute myself. Sorry. I feel a little less weird. Okay, that helps. Who knows? I don't know. Or even a wise sorcerer with a mastery of devastating spells. I mean, you're not exactly looking for a hero if they have devastating spells, girl. Strong, wise, courageous. Did that help bring the demons of the past? Maybe a little bit. She giggled at the thought. Settle down, Lumi. Don't get ahead of yourself now. No matter. Whatever my hero shall be like, I'm looking forward to meeting him. Ending her fantasies at that, the princess walked up to her balcony and stared at her scenery. A cold breeze lightly kissed her cheeks. The girl momentarily closed her eyes from the chill. It had been the same view for who knows how long it had been. Honestly, she had lost track of time. Spells so unethical they bring you to the edge of disgust. For real. Snow, snow, and more snow. The familiar white blanket, that which covered the region, was the only sight to see. Is that really a spell? 3 months pregnant is a spell? I wouldn't wish that on anyone. What? Dead trees, gigantic protruding icicle spires, and even more snow. A whole lot of nothing. Oh, so it's like driving through Wyoming. She wondered how she had managed to keep her head together all this time. There was literally nothing to do in this wintry land. The most unethical of spells, but yes, wow. Another sigh escaped her lips.
Excuse me, princess. May I come in?
This may be Frozen, but on Spike TV. Yes. No, if you've ever driven through Wyoming, it's a whole lot of nothing. Just so much nothing. There's not a lot of people. I think it's the least populated state, right? Yes, like Wyoming has nothing. It's so weird. Yeah, and also the middle of Washington, between eastern and western Washington, there's a whole lot of nothing. And Montana's pretty similar too. There's also a lot of nothing. Somebody says, "Excuse me, princess, may I come in?" It just has corn and hell is real signs. She didn't even turn around and just continued to stare at nothing in particular. "Yes, you may." Her reply was nonchalant.
Very well.
"Very well. So, is it lunchtime? I'm still quite full, so you may take that back. I would not mind helping myself to some of your tea and snacks if you were offering." Eh? Who's this? Yes, Europeans be like, why don't Americans travel more? Before the Americans show that you can drive for 8 hours and not leave the state. Right? Yeah, you can. You can drive really, really far and still be in the same state. It takes me, if I'm being kind of generous with the speed limit or lack thereof, or lack of paying attention to it, I can get all the way across Washington state. But it takes about 6.5 hours. It could take a lot longer, and that's, just going fast with minimal stops. But that's just one state, and we have bigger ones than that. So yeah, it is definitely a thing. Americans travel, but in the US, we don't get time off. We don't get real vacation times. Our wages are garbage. So, yeah. You can get halfway through Kentucky and back in 8 hours. Yeah. Wow. I don't know how big Kentucky is. It's been a while since I've looked at a whole map of the country. But I know, the eastern half of the country has some really, really small states. And the western half, our states are all real big. 6 hours is only one city to the next closest city here. Yeah, pretty much. Depending on where you are. It's really interesting. Yeah. It's such a big place, and it's kind of like, how is this one country? It's so bizarre that it's just one country. I think it's too big. Yeah. Oh yeah, Texas is huge. Texas is huge. So, I don't even know. I'd have to try to map that out, how far it is. Have you, Zephyr? Anyway, evil unicorn horn thing, I don't know. It's... Chat. I guess you could say he's kinda... My hometown was 35 minutes of back roads till we got to a proper city. you don't hear the music, gosh darn it. I'm afraid to turn it up too loud. I have it on. I don't know. Hold on. Is that better? You could just be deaf. Maybe. I don't want it too loud. Oh, I don't know either. Anyway, so we've got the guy who's got a horn. And she finally turned around to face her visitor.
It seems the princess has become rather fond of my tea.
He's a demon butler. Oh, it seems the princess has become rather fond of my tea.
I shall brew you a cup after I finish my task, then.
I shall brew you a cup after I finish my task, then. He kinda is, but I don't know. It'd be hard to kiss somebody with something like that. You'd have to, like, turn your head, like, to the sideways, you know? Just, you'd have to go here. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? How do I do this? No, come on, how do I turn myself? I forgot how to turn myself. What the heck? There, go like that. Yee! There, now the horn can't bonk me if I did that. If you want to kiss him, you have to like bah. Yeah. Okay. Oh, yeah, but not as much as. Look at how far that sticks out. It's gonna slap you like really bad, and it looks sharp. So I don't know. I'm not sure. Anyway. That's fair. Well, I've never kissed somebody with a giant horn coming out of their forehead, so I don't know how it works either. This was the demon butler who had recently been assigned to her. Chat, I want a demon butler. A butler would be nice, actually. The princess had been served by different butlers of the demonkin over the duration of her imprisonment. Yeah, a butler would be great, but I want iced coffee, not a tea. So if he can make me iced coffee, I'd be happy. Right? Yeah. He is pretty. The horn is interesting, but he's pretty. They were generally unresponsive to her idle chatter and inquiries, but this one would always oblige her with small talk. Aww. He even had the gall to tease her, something that would normally put one's head on the chopping block. Really? Of course, he can get away with it, considering the princess's current predicament. Not that she would carry out such punishment. Okay, but why is the princess imprisoned? I want a butler that can lay out the best of nonchalant roasts. Admittedly, he's the most entertaining thing in her life right now. He only ever comes over to bring her meals and other necessities, but it seemed that he came empty-handed this time. Then what are you doing? Whatever did you come here for, then?
Should I tell you, or should I not tell you, I wonder?
Should I tell you, or should I not tell you, I wonder? After seeing Slay the Princess, feels weird being imprisoned princess now. Yes, so I want to play, Slay the Princess, too. But I wanted to do this one first. I don't know why. Like, sir, are you sure that was the best waste of time? Chat, I need just a moment. I gotta go give the old kitty her meds. Sorry about that. Be right back. Let's get that thrown up real fast. Sorry. Be right back. quite shook. What on earth are you talking about? Yep. I'm back. Vocal, are you starting trouble? Why are you starting trouble? Bad. Should I tell you or should I not tell you? I wonder. Thank you for the welcome back, by the way. He spoke teasingly. Spill your beans. Come now. I implore you to brighten this dull day of mine. I know. I don't know why. I try to get it to just stay at whatever pose I leave at, but I think because I'm still not using my phones. My phone is a camera because I hate the stands I have, and I need to find something that I don't hate but I still haven't. That it's just not wanting to listen to me, and what can you do? I'm not starting trouble. I never do that. No, definitely not. Couldn't be you. I need water. Sorry. Kawori! Hi! Haven't seen you in a while. I don't think the game goes spicy. Hold on, now I need to look. Did I not before what? I wonder what it's like having a sharp forehead. I don't know. Yes, I've had some water, but my throat is annoyed. Isn't it annoyed by this time of day? I did check before, but I'm having a no spoons day. It's a no spoons day, chat. I don't know if most of you even would know what I mean by that, would you? No, the game doesn't appear to be spicy, but yeah. Which is good, because I don't want to do that. On stream, I don't want to do that. You have no idea what that means. Well, I could get into a lesson on chronic illness, but it's probably not worth doing, because, you know, I don't want to bore people. She said in a very monotonous voice. Well, I sure as heck didn't say it in a monotonous voice.
Oh, princess, you never fail to amuse me.
Oh, princess, you never fail to amuse me.
Only I could chat and stay by your side more frequently. But alas, responsibilities.
If only I could chat and stay by your side more frequently. But alas, responsibilities. Responsibilities. So many of those. They get in the way of having fun, chat. They get so in the way. You wouldn't be bored. Yeah. The princess rolled her eyes. Yeah. Can I? I don't know if I can. I don't know if it tracks if I try to roll my eyes. That counts as a roll. I was trying, but since I can't stare at the camera, I have to take off my glasses to do that. I want contacts, but that's expensive, and my insurance doesn't cover vision, which sucks so much. that worked. Oh no, not vision insurance, no. Well, I suppose having you around would make the passing of time much more tolerable. I'll take anyone, even a demon for that matter. I mean, same.
I'm quite flattered.
Oh, I'm quite flattered. He bowed to the girl to express to the hair. I have no brain cells or ability to say words today. Welcome back, Backrooms. And hello, Gonzo. How are you? How are you? No, I cannot. He bowed to the girl to express some respect. But if anything, he was obviously being sarcastic. Uh-oh.
As for your inquiry.
As for your inquiry. He stepped aside first and gave her room a once-over before continuing. You have a single brain cell. Did you steal it from an orange cat? Because supposedly those only have one brain cell. Rub them brain cells together. I don't know. I tried. The bread Mother bought last night expires tomorrow. Uh-oh. That's not good. I should make some bread. My orange cat has brain cells. I'm sure he stole them from his siblings. Ah, you know what? My orange cats have brain cells. It's more my gray cat that does not have brain cells. None. He's cute, but he lacks brain cells more than I do. Alright. And one expires the day after tomorrow. Oh gosh. That's not good. The demon took moments before finally being ready to carry on back to their original topic.
We've had intruders inside the castle, so I've been tasked to do some sweeping.
You know, for being imprisoned there, it doesn't seem very secure, if that's the case. The demon butler says we've had intruders inside the castle, so I've been tasked to do some sweeping. The butler said as he opened the girl's closet. Intruders, you say? She mulled. 1 second. 2 seconds. Do you mean heroes? This picture's very pretty. She blurted out. Bake it and turn it stale, Backrooms, and use it in recipe and croutons. I think we all need to make bread tomorrow. You know, chat, I bought a bread machine many years ago. I used it twice. And it's sat in my pantry ever since then. And how long has it been? Oh my gosh. I think it's probably been like 9 years? 9 years sitting in my pantry. Oh no, what? Really? Hold on. Chat, I need to investigate. How long ago? How long ago did I buy the bread maker? Off to check. Bread machine. Bread? I did too buy a bread machine. 2015, April 2015. So the last time I used it, it was still 2015. To be fair, I've made naan a couple of times in 2024, but I have not used my bread machine since 2015, nor have I gotten rid of it because I don't know. My bread machine is named Breadman, and he makes excellent dough. So apparently, we now got a moneymaker. Some people call money either bread or dough. You have a bread machine. My mom once put the ingredients in it and forgot to turn it on. And weeks later, I was like, where are all these flies coming from? And checked it and... What the... Oh, I can imagine the smell. And I feel sick just thinking about it. That's so gross. That's so gross. You know, if my bread machine actually made me money, I'd probably use it all often. And yes, not as very good. I don't have a tandoori or anything, so I just make it on my like ceramic electric griddle thingy that I have. Sorry. But yeah, I do like making naan, but it's kind of a pain in the butt. Ooh, I haven't had fry bread since a really, really long time. Yeah, no. I think I'd have just thrown it away. Close it and took it to the garage. No, that's when you instantly throw it in a trash bag, and then throw that in another trash bag, and then throw it in another trash bag, and then you take it straight to the dump. Just gone. Gone. Over here making fry bread while Focal is making fly bread. What? No, come on, that was perfect. Okay. Oh, our demon butler. It wasn't the worst smell. Nope. Nope. I'm sure for me it would have smelled so bad. Wet smells are, well, I don't know. I have a super sensitive sense of hearing and taste and smell. And so, yeah. I feel nauseous after thinking about how bad that would have smelled. You? Anyway, Demon Butler Dude does not look very thrilled with us. Has my hero read back what I just said. Kinda rare to see nowadays, but I think I found a dead frog. Ah. This time of year? Huh. Well, you would probably have died if you found what I found today. I'm so infuriated by what I found. Uh-oh. Do I want to know? Just a random frog. Oh, yeah. Yeah, one of my cats does that sometimes. And it's like, nope, this is a baby. This is a baby. You leave it alone. Hello, Isa. Nice to see you on Twitch. You found one too, but road... Oh. Has my hero finally come to take me away? The demon winced from her sudden outburst. I live in the countryside, so sometimes I see dead frogs in the street after a rainstorm. I mostly see dead worms after rainstorms. They're like flattened. It's weird, I don't know.
I suppose you could put it that way.
I suppose you could put it that way? He replied while shutting her closet and moving on somewhere else. Nope. I think that's good, Vocal. I don't think so. He replied while shutting her closet and moving on to somewhere else. I think I read that. Where's my hero then? What were they like? Have they reached the throne room? Slain the demon lord? Can I leave this godforsaken place? Demon lord? Throne room? Look, if she's a princess, why are her walls all gross? Like, look at these, they've got cracks in it and everything. And why is she imprisoned? Like, there's questions. I have questions, chat. She threw a barrage of questions at the redhead. He, on the other hand, simply continued snooping around her room.
Sorry to disappoint you, milady, but those cowards hightailed it out of here the moment they came face to face against the Lord's elite demonic beast.
The demon butler says, Sorry to disappoint you, milady, but those cowards hightailed it out of here the moment they came face to face against the Lord's elite demonic beast.
Although one of them seemed to have stayed behind, as is the cause for my current predicament.
Although one of them seems to have stayed behind, as is the cause for my current predicament.
It looks to me that my service to your highness shan't be terminated just yet.
He continues, It looks to me that my service to your highness shan't be terminated just yet. Her shoulders sagged in disappointment. So they failed. I'm still trapped here then, with no hero in sight. What was that noise? She then turned her eyes to the demon and watched him as he rummaged through her bed. Couldn't you just take... Okay. Let's see, couldn't you just take me away, or couldn't you pull some strings? I wonder why this princess is trapped. That's a good question. Also, I think, couldn't you pull some strings? Unless, could you perhaps pull a few strings and aid the next hero to succeed? The demon paused from rummaging in her drawers and sneered. That is a rather tall order coming from you, princess. I wonder, the chat is on the stream, on the screen, so I would think it should be able to be seen. I make sure that both Twitch and YouTube chat are on the screen. So if they looked, I think so. It might be hard to read though. But Isa Backrooms on YouTube says, Greetings, I wonder if you can see this message from over there. Demon Butler says, That is a rather tall order coming from you, princess. I may have been tasked to serve you, but I do not work for you. Yeah, back when I didn't have the chat settings done quite well. I need to get a cute chat boxy, bubble thing just for Twitch too, but I'm on the fence on what I want to use. I don't want to use the same thing because that would be a lot, but I'll figure out something sometime. Sorry. I shall oblige you as long as it does not go against my duties. She let out a huff and then smiled. 'Twas worth a try. But you promise, okay? That you would oblige my wishes? Haven't I already been? Well, yes. But it's nice to be assured. I see. If giving you my word shall put your heart at ease, then I shall do so. Maybe this princess did something bad. Maybe. I will see to it to honor any of your requests, as long as it does not contend with my duties. Contend with? Contend with? Huh. That's a good question. I guess we're gonna find out. We haven't gotten very far yet. But really, this is unnecessary. It's a promise then. No take-backs. The demon finally walked over to the door and held onto the knob, seemingly ready to leave. You have a dark elf fool and a butler demon. Well then, I shall be off. Do be careful, princess. We have an intruder within our walls, so if anything happens, just ring my bell and I shall come rushing. Yes, I have no need for your concern. You know that I am fully capable of protecting myself, at least. Oh, really? Is she a baddie? She waved her hand as a gesture to shoo him away. Besides, shouldn't I feel safer with the hero and their companions rather than a demon? I don't know, should you? I do enjoy his presence, but he still serves the demon lord. The butler bowed before closing the door. I mean, if she's powerful, why does she need a hero? Can't she just leave herself? I wonder if the demon lord's cute. Do you think the demon lord's cute? How disappointing. If that sound effect... She plopped elegantly on the bed with a soft bounce. That sound effect did not indicate an elegant plop or a soft bounce. It was a very... It sounded like she was getting into a beanbag chair. You know, that noise was getting into a beanbag chair. Is her bed a beanbag chair? This folly work is neat. But I suppose the fact that a party has finally reached this place means that more may come in the future. Yes, that must be it. 'Tis only the beginning. She nodded to herself positively. Is it okay to come out now? Huh? What? The voice came from behind. The princess almost jumped off her bed for a start. The voice came from behind. The princess almost jumped off her bed for a start. Oh. Ooh. It's the off-tune singing guy. Uh-oh. We're gonna be in trouble, chat. The non-musical elf. As she turned around, an unfamiliar figure greeted her sight. He was peeking from behind the drapes of her balcony. It was where she had just been a little while earlier. She blinked, unconsciously placing a hand over her mouth. Maybe that was... foreshadowing or something? Goodness, a night elf? Were the only words that could escape her. Oh, yes. He rubbed the back of his head bashfully. How long has he been hiding there? Yeah, night elf is nice. She hadn't heard any noise, nor felt any other presence since the demon butler's arrival. Besides that, The butler should have felt this man's presence. This is basically revisiting memories that has led up to this moment. Ah! He was a demon who possessed superior senses after all.
Thank you for keeping the demon distracted, and for covering for me.
Thank you for keeping the demon distracted and for covering for me. Huh? I wasn't, though. Although, that would mean that he had been here during the search. Has he heard my incessant self-rambling? She felt cold sweat run down her back. Her practice sessions were for her ears alone. Well, yes, of course. You are here for my rescue, are you not? She spoke almost robotically, deciding to follow through with his misunderstanding. Hello, Sheriff Pumpkin. How are you tonight? There's still hope that he hadn't heard her talking to herself. I like how she was worried about that, but not that there's an intruder, right? Right?
Then I must offer you a song of gratitude.
Uh-oh. 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 It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. Hello, Australia. Nice to see you too. Then I must offer you a song of gratitude. Uh-oh. I'm worried about this. Just then, the elf materialized an instrument cradled in his arms.
Oh, Lady of the Tower.
Nah, let's suffer together, chaps.
You, I sing this song I offer. Oh, princess who seeks her dashing hero.
Oh my gosh. At this point, the girl had, without a thought, covered her ears from his ear-grating song. But more than that, the lyrics made it clear. He had heard her hero welcoming practice. Sir, please! No need! It was akin to listening to her embarrassing dark past, and even worse, in song form.
With arms imbued with strength to wield.
Yeah, they are. The sound quality on the singing is interesting. This is basically if someone had sang in an empty room with no microphone and is recording on an iPhone. It feels like part of how my karaoke stream sounded like to me when I heard it back. Kind of disappointing audio quality. Oh. Thank you, random dude, for subscribing. Oh?
Not to your liking.
Not to your liking.
Oh, right, you're a princess. I should have thought this through.
Alright, you're a princess. I should have thought this through. I unintentionally rhymed microphone with iPhone. Your karaoke streams are amazing. Oh no, this last one just on Wednesday, I'm still struggling with not taking the time to make sure my sound mixture was so much better than it could have been, but anyway, I'm trying not to. Yee! He mulled to himself with a soft mutter. That aside, that song. He definitely heard my ramblings earlier. She forced a smile, but her eyes were twitching. Not that her companion seemed to have noticed. He was too busy wallowing about his earlier actions. More importantly, she clapped her hands together, determined to change the topic and make him forget about that. Sir, are you the fabled hero who's come to save me? It can always be better. Covers are for the perfect mixing. Karaoke is for fun. True. I still wanted it to be better. I expect more out of myself and should have maybe pushed the karaoke back so that I could practice a bit more. Oh, yeah, I did a few songs where I went lower, and to me, I thought I sounded fine, and then the recordings, I'm like, oh my gosh, what on earth? But I'm having a lot of disconnect about how I sound. I've been hearing myself back, and I'm annoyed with everything this week when it comes to that. So, I don't know. I don't know. Thank you. I'm just trying to... I will take the compliment and stop agonizing over it out loud. Sir, are you the fabled hero who has come to say... I can't even read right. I can't read. Sir, are you the fabled hero... Usually I think I sound fine. I just think that I messed up some of my settings and so the recording was off. But I appreciate everybody being so supportive, you know? Sir, are you the fabled hero who has come to save me? The princess asked with starry eyes. This should make him drop the topic, right? Besides, she did want to get to the point with him. Would he be the hero she's been waiting for?
Fabled hero.
Fabled hero? He seemed flustered.
I wouldn't say so.
I wouldn't say so. It was evidence how his voice lacked confidence.
I am part of the hero's party, yes, but
Me too. I do wonder what his name is. I hope we figure it out eventually. Ugh. I am part of the hero's party, yes, but I'm... Oh, yes, the butler had mentioned they escaped, did they not? The man pursed his lips. It was akin to acknowledgement. They abandoned him. Ooh, do we want to get mad or leave it be? Interesting. I'm not really sure. I don't know which one I clicked. Whoops. I hope that's what I picked. I don't know. I didn't mean to click. I was wobbling and pressed the button. So, a choice has been made, and I don't know what it was. The princess furrowed her brows at the thought of those cowards. How could they? What kind of hero abandons their companions? It would have dishonored the hero's title. Yep, looks like it. That wasn't the kind of hero she wanted. Noticing the princess's distraught expression, her guest finally spoke up.
I think we have a misunderstanding.
Oh, did I? Alrighty, well, this is interesting. If I did that, I don't know. I think we have a misunderstanding.
I wouldn't say that they ran away. I offered to serve as a distraction so they could escape.
Aww. I wouldn't say that they ran away. I offered to serve as a distraction so they could escape.
After all, if we all lose here, then there wouldn't be anyone to save you, Princess.
Aww. After all, if we all lose here, then there wouldn't be anyone to save you, Princess. She eyed him. Even if that were the case, the fact that they left him still stood. Even so, the girl paused for a moment to calm herself and think this through. Deep breaths. Yes, that's what this must be. A misunderstanding. It seemed as though... Nope, it seemed that she had allowed her emotions to get to her. Very well. I suppose it would rather... Very well. I suppose that it was rather valiant of you. Foolish, but valiant. I imagine the thought of sacrificing a precious companion must have been a difficult decision for them to bear. Yeah, the princess is named Lumi. I want to know his name. Yes, of course, that must be the case. The hero. My hero could never have left their precious friend like this. Father said he'd choose the heroes himself. Of course, he'd only send the best. I don't know about that one, girl. Not some lousy coward. She nodded knowingly to herself. While she may have been calling them hero, in truth, their official title would be Hero Candidate. The process of candidate selection, as far as she knew, was tedious. One of the cream of the crop should be chosen, and only those of royal blood can bestow the title. Multiple hero candidates Multiple hero Wow. He was an interesting dude. You knew a guy named Lumi. Ah. Multiple hero candidates can be... Okay. Multiple hero candidates can be instated at once, but for reasons she wasn't certain of, there was also a limit to how many heroes can be at one time. Which also meant that the king couldn't simply send an army marching to her rescue. Silence hung over them for a while before someone started speaking again. In any case, the princess perked up, clapping her hands together. I believe you have not introduced yourself, dear guest.
Huh?
Oh. The elven guest dematerialized his instrument. That's how Hero Brian got his name. He then stood up straight and placed his hand over his chest.
My name is Sethan, Bard.
My name is Sethan, Bard. He then kneeled in respect. A prisoner she may be, but she was still of royal blood. I am Princess Lumi Alba Demetria, first princess of the Kingdom of Demetria. Sethan, yes, Sethan. She expected him to already know her name, so she introduced... Where is Sethan? Good question. She expected him to already know her name, so her introduction was mere formality. The princess offered her hand to the man just like she practiced. The act seemed to have flustered the dark elf. Of Of course, he must know that rejecting her would be an act of discourtesy. To take her hand meant acknowledgement of her position and his willingness to serve. On the flip side, the mere act of offering her hand was a sign of acknowledgement of the other party, depending on their expertise. Aptly put, she was saying she recognizes the bard as an adventuress of... Aptly put, she was saying that she recognizes the bard as an adventurer of the highest caliber. It was no easy feat to reach her tower after all. This was a custom of their kingdom. Many would die for such an honor.
Princess, are you certain? As you can see, I'm a dark elf.
Princess, are you certain? As you can see, I am a dark elf. I literally typed 7 and it autocorrected to... Oh, interesting. I don't know. And is there a problem with that? Well... His gaze fell back on the princess's hand. After hesitating for a bit, he finally accepted and brought her hand to his lips.
I offer my service to the princess.
I offer my service to the princess. You may rise. With that, the dark elf stood up, albeit avoiding her gaze. Come to think of it, he seems rather shy. That, or he's simply nervous to be in the presence of a princess, which is completely understandable. She nodded proudly to herself. It's 60 in Icelandic. Ah. Well then, I suppose we'll wait for your party to return? That said, since you are a bard, why don't you entertain me with a performance? No. Girl, what are you doing? Lumi, no! At those words, her companion perked up. Oh no. Can you just play? Don't sing, just play. Of course you'd look that up. It would be an honor to play for your highness. Yeah, another hit by our bardly friend. It was a third result, Kyo. I blame Google. Okay, we'll blame Google. He opened his mouth. Oh no. And that was the biggest regret of Princess Lumi Alba. And that was the biggest regret of Princess Lumi Alba Demetria since her imprisonment. Yep. Back to the present. Oh. Yes. That's how it started. What kind of bard cannot sing? Yes. Those were the memories. Yes, I think so. I should have figured it out when I first heard him sing. She paused to watch the so-called night elf tinker with his stringed instrument. The princess smiled. He is quite good with his instrument, I'll give him that. Excuse you? That could be taken in certain kind of ways, you know? Distressed old woman sound. Look, he is quite good with his instrument. Did you say something, Your Highness? Immediately, she plastered a fake smile. Oh ho ho, don't mind me, carry on. Alright then. Oh, look at that face. He turned his attention back to his instrument, but continued to chat with the princess. I know I'm overstaying my welcome, so I need to get going tonight. Tonight? She gasped. Yeah, he didn't have a nose, did he? Are you not aware that nighttime is the most dangerous in this region? Not to mention, this is the land of the Demon Lord. Their demonic spawns lurk the night. The elf once again paused from his instrument maintenance and just found himself staring at it. I don't have a choice. I stand out while the sun is up, and as a night elf, I move better when the sun sets. Night elves or dark elves, after all, were beings who lived underground, so their eyes were better adjusted in the darkness. Not to mention, their powers are at peak under the night sky, where their blessings fall under the jurisdiction of the moon. Oh. Whatever that meant, don't ask. But this princess does not know either. I'm sure he's a good sneaker. Sir Sephin, you do have an option. She smiled. Eh? You are free to stay here with me until your party returns to pick you up. In fact, I had assumed we were clear on that arrangement. Were we? I wasn't clear on that arrangement. I don't know how she would be. At that suggestion, Sephin got up as if shocked by her reply. Excuse me. Oof. Oh no. Oh no. He flailed his hands in front of the princess in panic. Your Highness, I can't stay here overnight. Aww. You're a lady and a princess. I don't know. It's bad enough that you're letting me stay here in the same space with you. The princess chuckled. Earlier, were you not sick that I'd kick you out? Now you are begging me to do just that? You're quite a funny one. Yes, she's just teasing him. That's not what I'm sorry, I've been insolent. This time, he got down on his knees. Perhaps that was too much? He is just a funny little elf guy, isn't he? I don't know. Let's let him go. I don't think he's gonna go. I don't know. Honestly, I'm not sure. I know there's multiple ending options. I'm just... I'm now practicing the keyboard/piano. I hope he doesn't die. That would suck. The princess sighed. If that is truly how you feel, then you may leave tonight. I wish you luck on your journey. The dark elf nodded. I promise that I'll find help for the princess. Oh goodness, you're still thinking of me? She let out a small smile. It was nice to have someone care for her after being trapped for so long, away from her friends and family. I'd better see you again, you hear? She meant this from the bottom of her heart. Yes. That night, Sethan quietly left through the balcony. I waited, and waited, and waited. Snow continued to fall. The scenery was unchanging. The promise we made, I suppose, it could never be fulfilled. Aww. Trapped in a tower, an everlasting winter, alone forever. Oh! I failed. I got the bad ending. Whoops. That was it? That was it? To the bad ending? Crunch. What the heck? What? Well, nope. 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 Okay. I'm sorry, but no. I don't want to go through all of that again. Here, couldn't you just take me away? We'll try that. No, not Otto. Yeah, so that just skips that part, and now we go to... Huh? By the way? When you get to that one choice... choose get mad instead of leave it be. Ah, okay. We'll just do this the same. Alright. What was that? What was that? Oh my gosh, what did I do? Okay, I want to do... I'll just do this. Let's get mad. How could they do such a thing? They've left you here, their companion. Oh, he's so sad. I say, if this is... Yeah, I think the sound effects play even when you skip the part. I say, if that is the attitude of the supposed hero, they've no right to hold the title. She honestly did get angry with his confirmation. Sure, they've only just met, but she had always looked up to the hero. It was simply disappointing to think that such kind of person could have taken the title.
I think we have a misunderstanding.
I think we have a misunderstanding.
I wouldn't say that they ran away. I offered to serve as a distraction so they could escape.
Well, we're back to this part.
After all, if we all lose here, then there wouldn't be anyone to save you, Princess.
She eyed him. Even if that were the case, the fact that they left him still stood. Even so, the girl paused for a moment to calm herself and think this through. Deep breaths. Yes, that's what this must be, a misunderstanding. It seems that she had allowed her emotions to get to her. So we're back to that. Yes, very well. I suppose it was rather valiant of you. foolish, but valiant. I imagine the thought, yeah. Well, no, this time she got mad. It's not the same wording. Let's skip to the next choice, which is convincing him to stay. There's not a ton of choices. There's only one person to actually romance, which I think is him, and we failed at it. So, we'll convince him to stay, and hope that works out better than what I did last time. I don't know. Sir Sethan, please rise. Come now, this is your life on the line. The least I can do is provide you with shelter. A shelter that she totally doesn't own. And you've no need to act polite or modest around me. It's already quite lonely staying here on my own. Couldn't you at least keep me company? This is different. This is a favor from me, please? Some of the wording throws off my brain. Sethan didn't get up, but he seems to have lost some tension on his shoulders. Princess patiently waited for her companion to collect his thoughts, not uttering a word herself. Finally, the bard raised his head, even though he didn't get up, and stayed on his knees. If the princess insists, then I'll stay. I'll try my best not to be a burden. Good answer. Though, didn't I just ask you to stop with the formalities? The girl pouted. I've given you permission to call me by name. I'm sorry. That's... He trailed off. It seemed name-calling was too much for him. Oh well, baby steps, as they say. That said, my days should become far more entertaining from now on. She thought to herself giddily. And that was how the Princess of the Tower inadvertently found herself a tower roommate. It was a quiet day. Nothing eventful, as usual, was what she'd normally narrate to herself. But these days, she had a companion to chat with. Roomies, yeah! It certainly made living in that tower more tolerable. Which wasn't really saying much, since it'd only been 3 days since she started hiding the night elf in her room. Okay. So, we've moved on by 3 days, chat. At the moment, the princess was idly sitting on her bed while her elfin roommate was on the floor, tinkering with his tool of trade. You've been adjusting that instrument of yours for days, she said while watching him. It was my mother's, so it's quite old. A pause. Very old. Elves, and by extension dark elves, had long lifespans, so the princess could only imagine how old that thing was. It was quite impressive how well maintained it looked despite its implied age. I couldn't bear to part with it, so I have to make sure it's always in top condition. Thankfully, it's an elven craft, so it's made to last for centuries. This is the first time he has spoken much about himself. For the past few days, she was the one who'd been doing most of the talking, and whenever he did speak, they'd often be short responses. If not chatting, she'd watch him do his maintenance like what he'd been doing at the moment. Otherwise, he'd practice his singing while she tries to take note of his improvement, or lack thereof. Which begs the question, if he was so bad at being a bard, why was he one in the first place? Did your mother like music? The question just spilled out of her. Judging from the look on his face, he was rather surprised, and he seemed to be hesitating. I think I'm gonna push. The princess continued to stare at the dark elf expectantly. 1 second, 2 seconds, until he finally caved in. Yes, she did. I see. By any chance, was it your mother that made you want to become a bard? She added gleefully. Somehow, it felt nice to learn something new about her roommate. Yes, she was the one who encouraged me. Though his tone didn't make him sound enthusiastic about the subject. Perhaps I should change the subject. Ah yes, why don't you tell me? He does, yeah. Do we want about dark elves, about himself, or about the hero? Yeah, we'll ask about him. About you. I'd like to hear more about you. His gaze fell downwards, though it was quite evident that he was a tad flustered. I don't think there's anything interesting about me. Is that a jest? You are a night elf and you are a bard. You have traveled across lands and you have reached this very room. Everything about you is interesting. You can count on my words as a princess, she declared proudly. Our clan resides in the southwestern end of the kingdom. Most of our neighbors are of the werebeast folk. Oh, he's talking! I believe the night elves typically stay underground, yes? He nodded. We specialize in the use of dark arts, so it's common for my people to be commissioned for subjugation of demonic beasts. Our region is remote, so we don't have much use for money. Rather, we prefer trading resources with our neighbors. So they get paid in resources. Then, does that mean you are adept in the dark arts? Dark arts, simply put, was the use of dark magic. It delved in the manipulation of dark matter. Its main application was subduing and binding targets, not only physically, but mentally as well. Some say it can be used offensively as weapons. Amongst humans, only a handful bother to learn. Amongst humans, only a handful bother to use. It's not just me, chat, right? The way this is written sometimes makes it really hard to read. Amongst humans, only a handful bother to use, learn it. What? Am I reading this like... Am I... Am I jumbling it? Or is it... It's not just me, okay. Interesting. Oh, alright, V. Thank you so much for stopping by tonight. Yeah. I think only a handful bother to learn to use it. Maybe would be correct? Better? I don't know. I don't know what's wrong. I feel weird. Yeah. Amongst other races, it was a rarity to find someone who had an affinity to learn it. I can use a little, he said, avoiding her gaze. He makes it rather obvious that he isn't good at it. Did he think I'd make fun of him? She giggled. He was supposed to talk more about himself, but he ended up telling more about his clan. I suppose learning about his background counts. Dark magic? And I did learn that he can use the dark arts. That said, there's been something I've been meaning to ask. Oh, would you mind telling me about the current state of the kingdom? I hadn't heard anything from father, mother, or even brother. How is everyone? I hope the demonic beasts haven't reached the capital. Give me just a second, chat. I'm sorry. Sorry about that, chat. I feel kind of weird. Not sure if I'm just having an anxiety attack or if I'm gonna faint. It's hard to tell. So it's a very strange sensation going through everything right now. Thank you. I don't know what's going on. Yeah, I checked my blood pressure to make sure that I wasn't, like, losing blood pressure, cause when I faint, my blood pressure goes really, really low. I don't know. I don't know why, but I'm tearing up really bad. I don't know what happened. I'm really sorry. Okay. Wow, nothing even happened, but my body's just going through it all of a sudden. Okay. Hi, baby. Aw, come here, baby. You help me feel better for a sec so I can finish this story? I don't know what happened. I was fine and then suddenly everything started feeling really weird. Oh no. Hi, buddy. I'm sorry, Marty. I hope you're okay. Okay. Okay, come on. Hi, buddy. Hi, buddy. Are you a good baby? Are you my goodest baby? I don't know. Wow. I don't know, chat. That was really weird. I don't get a lot of random anxiety attacks like that. Usually something has to happen. Aw. All of your spoons. I'm sorry to worry you guys. I don't know what happened. I saw weird starbursts for a little bit, and I started to feel really weird and shaky, and I wasn't sure if I was gonna go, like, if I had to run and get sick or something, or what, but that was really strange. I don't know. Oh, man. Thank you. It's so weird. Alright, I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try to keep reading through the story. I don't even know what the heck is wrong. My body's just going all weird right now. So... No, I'm so sorry, Marty. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't know what's going on. I don't know. I don't know what's wrong. Maybe it's the music. I don't know. Okay. How is everyone? I hope the demonic beasts haven't reached the capital. Sethan seemed taken aback by her sudden burst of excitement. Of course, it was understandable given that she hadn't been outside for years. Hi, baby. Hi, baby. Come on, bud. Come on, I'm okay. Come on, buddy. After a moment, the dark elf smiled softly. The kingdom is peaceful. There hadn't been a wave of attack for years. I don't know much about the royal family, but last I've heard, the crown prince had been engaged. I see. I'm happy for brother. Although I'd hardly say we are fond of each other. I'm glad everyone's safe, truly. Sethan's words had given her a sliver of relief. I know this might be a stretch, but what of the other princesses? Have you heard anything about the other kingdoms? He nodded. I've traveled across some neighboring kingdoms. The princesses of Celis, Almia, and Odio have been freed a couple of years ago. I'm not sure about the princess of Atlantis, but I've heard that the king had called forth another tournament to find her a hero. I see. Arian is still captive. She mulled. But goodness, at this rate, I'll indeed find myself as the last princess. Oh well, I'm quite sure that father is also doing his best to find me more heroes. The princess nodded to herself. She then clapped her hands together, looking rather excited. Then, it's news to me that you've traveled outside of our Demetria as well. I'd love to hear about your travels. I've heard Atlantis was a kingdom underwater. Princess Arian had described their kingdom to me when I met her at a party once. Oh, and is it true that Celis is protected by the Faes? And are there truly dragons in Almia? Seven could only blink from her second or third barrage of questions. Sorry. But he couldn't help but feel at ease with her. Let me see. Allow me to tell my tales in a song. Uh-oh. Oh no, not again. Eh? Right, he's a bard. A tone-deaf bard. Of course he'll tell me his tales of adventure in song. And it's too late to back out.
There was once a kingdom sunken underneath the sea. 'Tis a secret told to reach the forbidden land with ease.
At first, the princess regretted it. His singing was subpar, as usual. Another from his greatest hits album. Chuchu Kaori. Alright, it was plain bad. As usual, he sounded like a dying goat, and Lumi didn't know what that sounded like.
Through the north, one must cross the valley of weeping harpies. Offer thy humble gifts, keep them happy, and repay you in kindness they shall.
Marty? Is he okay? Oh, now I'm worried. I feel even worse. Oh, Marty, I'm sorry. Let me check. Oh, man. What? What? He what? Why aren't you showing me my alerts? Oh, gosh darn you. Aw, Marty. Thank you. Oh. Why didn't... You stream elements. What are you doing? It's supposed to show me everything, and it's being a pain in the butt. This one? You're supposed to show me everything. I just want you to be happy. Oh, Marty. Oh. Oh, thank you. Now it shows up. Late, but oh goodness. The scuff make it... Yeah, I guess so. But as he went on, his words tugged her further and further. Oh, I don't know what's wrong. Maybe it's been a day, and maybe I'm just too tired. Maybe it's just I'm pushing myself too hard. I don't know. The princess began to picture them in her mind.
Open the passage to their sacred grotto.
His singing chat.
Find thyself upon the figure of the folk of scales.
It was though she was a part of the tale itself. She couldn't help but find herself immersed in the story.
Fear not the sirens in thy presence, whose beauty shall enchant and allure, whose voices bewitch and enthrall.
Yeah, I'm hoping to get through the story bit once. This last bit. There are a lot more endings. Hold on just a sec. What? No, go to... Oh, there's one good ending and a couple of bad endings, so... And I guess a couple of bonus POV side stories. Whatever that means. Please get rest. Yeah, I'd like to finish this ending, and then I probably should go to sleep, and then... yeah. I don't know. Thank you guys, I'm so sorry.
Close thy eyes and cover thy ears, then offer thy heart. Not yours, but hunt a boar to
Yeah.
ease your fears. Passage they give for the humble gift.
It doesn't help that the way he's singing doesn't match with how the music is at all. Like, the song is great. Just the melody's off. The Dark Elf continued to entertain the princess with his tales for the rest of the day. Okay. So he's been, like, singing horribly and playing his instrument a lot for 3 days, but Demon Butler Dude has not noticed. Like, that makes sense. Like, it doesn't. So I feel like he can play the musical instrument well. I just don't think he can sing well, in which case, maybe he should learn to rap or something. I don't know. There was nothing to praise about his performance, but for the Princess of, Demetria, it was most enjoyable. Speaking of Demon Dude, here he is. Princess, has the cold been bothering you? Yeah, I think him rapping would be hilarious. I can bring over additional blankets. Just say the word. The redhead said as he took the plates away and loaded them on his butler tray. Whatever brought this on? It's been a couple of weeks since the princess admitted to the... What? Oh, we've time jumped. Okay. What? Nani the F? It's been a couple of weeks since the princess admitted the hero's companion as her roommate. Currently, her bard had himself hidden in her closet. Apparently, elves don't need sleep. Meditation was enough for them, and the same was true for Sethin. This was convenient for them in case anyone tried to enter the room during nighttime. It had been rather easy to keep him in secret, since only the demon butler ever visits her, and he always knocked before entering. It also helped that her room had an enchantment which disallowed sound from leaking out. That explains it. Okay. So she's got an enchantment and no sound leaves. Shoot, I need one of those. I need that. What? That'd be amazing. Then I could stream and be as loud as I wanted, and I wouldn't have to worry that I'd bother anyone. That's amazing. I need that. I need that. So, the roommates were free to... They're free to make all the noise and music that they wanted. What kind of noise? What kind of noise do you think they're making? Rage, enjoyment, it'd be perfect, right? You have been consuming larger servings for your meals. Oop. Yeah, stupid money. Gosh, if I had stupid money, I'd have one heck of a setup. I'd have the upgrades I want for my computer. I'd have a nice soundproofed room where the sounds can't get out. Have you been feeling unwell? I could also call over a doctor and... Come now, no need for that. I feel fine. She cut him off. Some stuff, The cold doesn't bother me either. Wait, do you not have a desktop vocal? Making sweet, sweet, lovely music on the drums. Yeah, like, exactly. In fact, shouldn't you be glad I'm eating well? Oh, you have a laptop. The moment I refuse to eat is the only time you should express concern. I suppose so. You have been rather cheerful as of late. Oh? Have I now? I suppose it's been quite fun with Sethan around. The only laptop I have is pretty old, so it's just sort of sitting in a cabinet. I use a desktop, with 2 monitors, although I have a newer monitor. I just haven't, taken it out of the box yet, 'cause... effort. Yours is like a year old. Whoa, I'm sure it was really expensive, too. Yeah, if I had the computer of my dreams, I'd probably need a few $1,000s. It's like $1,200. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Eh? So it's pretty good. Yeah, it sounds like it. Either way, if something is bothering you, know that I am here to listen. Whether or not I could help, though, is another subject. Seven as 7. Yeah, with the SE. I like the SE spelling. The CE is fine. But I see it and I want to read it as Kethin or Sethan. I'm not sure why, but it's, it is what it is. Whether or not I could help, though, is another subject. Chetan. Excuse me. Oh! Yes, that has always been your stance. Quite half-hearted. Tarantino. Quentin Tarantino. What can I say? My loyalty is not yours to keep. He smirked. Yes, I am aware. She sneered at the Demon Kim. Speaking of, how has your sweeping been going? You haven't been coming over for my tea and snacks. Ah, yes. Honestly, I'm still working on that. I have not found a single trace of that intruder. I do wonder if they have actually managed to sneak out. I see. Which means he does not suspect Sethan being here? Wonderful. Anything else? No. Now leave, please? You've been awfully eager to send me out lately, haven't you? He sighed. Very well, if that is all. Sparkling! Look, chat, he's dazzling! The butler bowed. Then I shall come over again to serve dinner. What? Albuquerque boiled turkey toe-sucking bat. What is that sentence? Focal, what? Spit so sick on the mic, call me Tentin Quarantino. Albuquerque boiled turkey toe-sucking bat. I don't even... It's the evil version of KFC. Oh. I kind of want a biscuit from KFC with honey and butter. That would be really good. That's all I want right now. But it's midnight and they're closed. Actually, I still want really yummy ramen, but the ramen place is expensive, so... no ramen for me, other than top ramen. Actually, it's Maruchan ramen, because Maruchan ramen is good, but it's not what I want, you know? This evening's chat has taken a weird turn. This evening has been weird, and I'm really sorry for that. The princess waited a few minutes before she called out. Sethan, dear, you may come out now. He's still cute. Fried okra. I've never tried that. Colonel Sanders and Quentin Tarantino locked in a battle. Thank you for covering for me again. You do not have to thank me every time. Besides, you seem to be quite good at hiding your presence. I see the credit is all yours. We have began from normal to bad singing to rotten and dead stuff to worrying for Kyo to vocal going full evil twinning Colonel Sanders. No, not chicken liver. Yeah. Why? We have had a very interesting journey tonight, haven't we? Well, everyone says I have a weak presence. Aww. He replied bashfully. Isn't a weak presence a detriment for a bard? They're gonna taste like wet... How can you say something tastes like wet dog food and is good in the same sentence, Focal? Like, what? That's not. That's so... Wet dog, oh. They're good, but they taste like wet dog. Even still. No. Perhaps you are in the wrong profession, she whispered inaudibly. Still, I'm really grateful. You've even taken care of my meals. A Focal on that BBQ trip, how can a smell be a flavor? Well, I mean, they are tied together. Smell and taste are tied. So things tend to taste pretty close to how they smell, since particles get into your nose, and that's how you smell them, right? And then you get some of those same particles when you taste them. Excuse me. Oh. think nothing of it. It's not like she's the one doing the cooking. Although, I couldn't really commend the meals they serve here. They're quite bad, no? If not too bland, they have strange textures, gooey, sticky, and sometimes even sandy. She cringed just thinking about them. It wasn't bad. I'd say they are even better than our travel rations. Truly? Then I suppose it must be because I have a gourmet's palate. Her tone was rather proud when she stated this. Being a princess, she had been raised on the palace chef's cooking after all. Yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't want to eat sandy textured food from SpongeBob. I don't know. That one squirrel. I don't know. I didn't watch SpongeBob. Oh, how I miss the palace meals. Martinis taste like rubbing alcohol smell. Ew. Well, it's a good thing I don't like to drink because I'd never try a martini in this way. She added, wiping a non-existent tear from her eye. Oh, I see. Maybe I can... Seven, are you listening? Huh? Sorry. I was just thinking about what I could play today. Ever since that day, when Sethan started singing tales of what he had seen during his travels, he had continued to do the same day in and day out. The princess seemed to have become fond of his stories. He had basically become her personal bard. Singing aside anyway, he still couldn't hold a tune. Then, would you mind continuing the story of your journeys in Celes? Very well. It's not as exciting as you might imagine, though. Let's see.
When the forest of Fae sings, the soul it soothes. But as the sun sets, the music slowly fades along.
I had some good sake many years ago. I like cold sake and not the cloudy sake. I had one that was like a plum sake, and it was pretty good. I don't really drink much though, so I can't really comment too hard.
When darkness falls, the fairies dance. And it's time for you to sing along.
They weren't kidding when they did mention that this game had bad singing. Ooh, apple sake. Ooh, I'd try that.
For when the lights prance around, thus the gates unlatch. Through the twin trees of millennia you must pass.
Are you guys also hearing the singing so that you can suffer along with me?
And thus shall you behold upon your eyes the land of Celes.
Definitely hearing his bad singing. Okay, good. Is it quiet? Darn it, I tried to turn it up. It's weird. We'll turn the music volume down a little so it doesn't overdo it. The rest of their day... It goes hard on mute. The rest of their day was once again spent on storytelling. This had been the routine for the past few weeks. For someone who'd spent her life trapped within castle walls as a princess who was not allowed to freely step out of the palace, and then as a prisoner of the Demon Lord, Hearing about the tales of the outside from someone who had actually been from the outside was such a wonder. Dragons, fairies, elves, orcs, ogres, mermaids, sirens, harpies. She had always known of their existence, but she had never heard tales of their lives. From a lake of honey, cities made of bones, to a forest of gems, the world was filled with many wonders she had never known. Right? Being a prisoner does sound rough. Admittedly, her experience would have been more enthralling had Sethan just been more skilled as a bard. Yeah, a lake of honey. I wonder how that works. Still, every day felt like a new one for once. However, he isn't here either. Lumi thought to herself as she closed her closet. Perhaps? She gulped, her eyes naturally gravitating by the balcony area. Her hands, which she had balled in fists, felt colder than usual. There was nothing different that day. Sure, the demon butler seemed to have taken notice of her increased food intake, but otherwise, everything else was just as usual. Sethan told her stories. They chatted, and then they turned in for the day. Until she woke up a tad early. She tried to call out to Sethan, and he'd normally reply right away. But not this time. The princess had already searched around the room. Not that there was much area to search. The bathroom, the closet, under her bed. There weren't really that many places to hide a full-grown dark elf. Sethan? She called out weakly as she walked up to the balcony. She called out weakly as she walked up the balcony to look for her companion. But he wasn't there either. The princess also took a quick peek below. At the very least, he wasn't splattered on the ground either. Or he didn't seem to have. Still, he was nowhere to be found. Did he leave? She wanted to deny the thought, but that was the only explanation. Without saying a word to me, no less. The princess suddenly felt cold. A soft breeze passed by her, making the girl shiver a little. Hello, Gundam. Why did he suddenly run off like that? Their time together had been short, but his sudden departure made her remember how lonely it was in that room. Oh no! I'm not sure what to do, chat. I'm afraid if I call... But I'm afraid if I give up too. Oh no. Should I look up a walkthrough? The only way to win is not to play. That's what it feels like, yeah. Yeah, I think I'm gonna get a bad ending. I don't know what to do. Or saving there. Worried for the dark elf, the princess's eyes fell on the bell that the demon had told her to use in case of an emergency. Perhaps I could ask him to help. She immediately picked up the bell beside her bed and rang it. The demon butler said he'd come immediately, so... Milady, what happened? In an instant, the butler did appear from the shadows. My friend, he's disappeared. The butler raised a brow. Friend? Princess, what are you talking about? Calm down and explain properly. The girl bit her lips. She took a few deep breaths to calm her nerves, just as the demonkin had suggested. The one you were looking for, the missing member of the hero's party. I've been keeping him here. Uh-oh. But he suddenly disappeared. Very scary music, chat. I think we're in trouble. I do not know if he left or something else. Please look for him. The butler blinked, stunned by her reveal. He sighed, massaging his forehead. There's so much I'd like to say about this, but your orders are much more urgent. Very well. I shall search for the rat. What's with the horror music? We're in trouble. Oh no. Oh no, oh no. With that, he disappeared into the shadows once again. Lumi just collapsed on the floor, then and there. I hope he's fine. I hope the butler won't find him first. Please, Seven. Please be safe. Unfortunately, her prayers were never meant to be answered. For that was the last she'd hear of the bard ever again. That was bad end number 2. All right. It's a good thing we saved, because I'm not. That is not okay. That is 150 million% not okay, chat. That is absolutely wrong. You give him back to me right now. You give me Seven back right now. She crouched into a ball, leaning by the balcony railings. It was very unprincess-like, but she didn't care. Have I done something wrong? Did I offend him in some way? Memories of their short time together flashed back in her mind. His clumsy songs, his timid gestures, and his awkward expressions. The Seven in her memories didn't seem upset at all. She couldn't tell why he would leave all of a sudden. Did I push him around too much? Have I gone too far in teasing him? Have I been making him uncomfortable? Was he doing well? Did he manage to escape from the demonic beasts? Has he reconvened with his party? The real hero is the friend we made along the way. Will he ever return to rescue me? Such thoughts crossed her mind. The princess hugged herself tighter. Mother, Father, you promised that you'd send me a hero, she muttered weakly. Somehow, unwanted memories returned to her, now of all times. The memory of her first arrival at the tower. On the first night of her capture, she couldn't help but huddle into a ball, just like how she was right now. She cried the whole night back then. Princess Lumi had always known that she'll be taken by the demon lord sooner or later. Everyone had known that it was the time for the demon lords to awaken. Thus, all chosen princesses of the generation were to experience the ordeal. Backstory or time. It was a custom, a coming of age. At least, that's what she had always been taught. She had always prepared herself for her turn. She had always dreamt of having her own hero, becoming the female lead of her own fairy tale. She had looked forward to that day, but when the time eventually came, she couldn't help but feel scared, alone, and lonely. It had been very different from how she had imagined. It was nothing like the stories in her books. All of them had brushed aside the princess's experience of being locked up, of being the damsel in distress. They were always all about the hero's exciting adventure, and lastly, the princess's happy ending. It never occurred to her before of what she would experience. Unfortunate, but she couldn't just skip to the final page of her own story. The happily ever after, if there was one. Instead, she had broken down several times after months of imprisonment. At some point, she just got used to it. Or better yet, she had forced herself to accept this loneliness. One could say that she had forgotten what it was like to be free. The only beacon of light that kept her going was the thought of her hero, that someone would whisk her away from this wintry land. I'm getting that bad out of retirement. The thought of a charming prince, a dashing adventurer, or a mysterious sorcerer carrying her in their arms. The thought of being warmly welcomed back by her kingdom after suffering from the eternal cold. The thought of walking down the aisle with her savior, with her family by her side. These were all what she had been enduring this ordeal for. She deluded herself with fantasies. Anything to keep herself together. But how much longer must she wait? How much longer could she keep that up? It had been weeks. Even Sethin's party hadn't picked him up yet. There was not a single peep from outside either. Other hero parties aiming to save her. The fear she had buried deep inside her mind had resurfaced. What if no one ever comes? It frightened her. So much. Those were the thoughts she couldn't voice, even towards the demon butler. Sethin. Really, the only thing that had kept her distracted these days were her companions' tales. Instead of agonizing over her fear or fantasizing about her hero and what comes after. Her mind was instead preoccupied with the world outside. Tales of the world she had yet to see. People, beings and races she had yet to meet. Even though she was still cooped up, the night elf songs allowed her imagination to wander and break free. Within that small room, her world expanded on its own. The night elf, Sethin, had shared his world with hers. Thanks to him, her world felt brighter, warmer. It seems that I miss him already.
Princess? What happened?
That voice! Princess, what happened? It's our boy! Yes! Seven! Immediately, her head flicked to the direction of the familiar voice. Let's frickin' go! Seven! She was teary-eyed.
I expect you to wake up early.
I didn't expect you to wake up early. The dark elf was atop the balcony railing. He wasn't wearing his usual cape. but he seemed to be holding something he covered with it. Without wasting another moment, Sethan hopped off the railing and walked up to the girl.
Did something happen? Why were you down there?
Did something happen? Why were you down there? He asked with worry. So many emotions struggled within her. She was uncertain how to express them all. That everything just spilled out. I am fine. To say that would be a lie. This is all your fault, she replied with a trembling voice. I had thought you left. I was worried. I was scared. I was lonely. Oh. The dark elf's gaze fell to the ground. Clearly, he felt bad about it.
I'm sorry I didn't tell you. I was hoping to return before you wake up.
I'm sorry I didn't tell you. I was hoping to return before you woke up. He slowly tried to return his gaze to the girl, only to see that she still looked rather upset. Yes, I think so. Backrooms. I think something bad happened on that bad ending. I'm glad I saved first. I'm real glad I saved first. In the end, he couldn't bring himself to look at her.
I'm really sorry.
I'm really sorry.
I just wanted to repay you for everything you've done for me.
I just wanted to repay you for everything you've done for me. So... Once again, he clammed up. His grip on the item he was holding tightened.
Actually, never mind.
No! Come on, don't do that.
What was I thinking?
What was I thinking? The princess's eyes fell on the item he had been tightly clinging to. Speak.
Huh?
Tell us exactly. Huh? Speak what you'd like to say. It isn't fair if I'm the only one to speak my mind. I am upset you took off without a word. Oh, I was afraid that I'd be alone again. I was worried that you may have been captured. Your short time of absence reminded me how lonely it was being here. Sethan, I wish you would give more credit to yourself. I owe you as much as you owe me, if not more. For real, chap, for real. Your songs allowed me to experience the world you have seen. Your mere presence brings... Your mere presence brings warmth to this cold, desolate place. You have no idea how much joy you've brought me. So, if I had offended you, or if I had been suffocating you here with me, just tell me. If you truly wish to leave... Sorry. I'll even accept it. But... just... please don't just leave without a word. Her words were blunt. There was no hesitation to them. Huh? The way it's written, there was some hesitation, but okay. Sethan himself looked rather taken aback by her honest words. So, speak to me. Do not hesitate, she said sternly. Princess Lumi. He rubbed the back of his head.
I just wanted to repay you for everything you've done for me.
I just wanted to repay you for everything you've done to me. Done for me. Oops.
There's not much I can offer.
There's not much I can
I
offer.
heard your wish yesterday.
But when I heard your wish yesterday... What did he... I thought I might give it a try. He walked inside the princess's room and set down the item covered in his cape on the table. The princess had been out for quite a while, making it almost time for breakfast. Without another word, he unwrapped the cloth, revealing 2 plates stacked on top of each other. God brought her yummy food from the outside. Oh. Vivi, the top plate was stacked upside down, covering the bottom one. He seemed to have also brought some utensils on the side. It actually looks yummy, chat. Oh, he brought me breakfast! Well, he brought her breakfast. The princess peered curiously when the dark elf finally lifted the top plate, releasing a warm scent. There were fried eggs, bread, a few slices of meat, and they looked simply scrumptious. I know! He was trying to bring her breakfast in bed, chat. This little guy was bringing her breakfast in bed. Oh. It looks yummy. I like eggs like that too. This is... She blinked. Chat! He made it for her. He didn't just bring it, he made it for her. Protect this man at all costs. He made her breakfast. Ah, my heart. My heart. I tried to cook you breakfast. Oh. I'm sorry. This was foolish of me. I should have considered that you're... Before he could finish, the princess had picked up a piece of bread and took a nibble. Ah. Goodness! And from the nibble, she took a bite. Seven could only watch anxiously. Seven, this is heavenly. Aww. She did not need to say this part. Well, I would not say it is as good as the palace's, but this is truly good. Did you make this? I'm not well accustomed to baking, but yeah. He even made the bread. He even made the bread! What? With that, she sat on the chair and started on the rest of the meal. On the plate. He made bread, too. He didn't just go and buy bread. He made the bread, too. Oh, my God. Oh, gods. Oh, yes. 20 out of 10. Not 15 out of 10. This is 20 out of 10 behavior. 20 out of 10 behavior, yes. Oh. Sugar on the eggs? My, the eggs are cooked just right. I can tell that you've added some sugar. Sugar on over easy eggs? What? The meat is crisp and the seasoning isn't overpowering at all. The bread is soft and moist, very unlike the usual crusty ones they've been serving me here. She continued with her early breakfast until the plate was left clean. I haven't had such a good meal in such a long time. Ah. The princess declared contentedly, almost as if she had forgotten what happened earlier. Really? Fry your eggs with a little bit of honey? Are you serious? I've never heard of that. I'm glad you enjoyed it, but you don't need to force yourself to give compliments. I don't think she's forcing herself, my little dude. Sweet and savory mesh perfectly. I'll have to give it a try sometime. Oh, make no mistake, it's quite good, but it still pales in comparison to the food in the palace. You're a jerk. Chill. She replied casually, though it does beat the food here. I mean, she's a princess, she's a princess, she's a princess. But learn to be nice. Like, girl, you're locked in a tower and he made you food. He baked you bread. Okay? He baked you bread. You didn't have to do anything. You know who's baked me bread? Me and stores. That's it. She doesn't deserve him, chat. That's it. I'm stealing this man from this princess. They didn't even sawdust the Oh, I see. Somehow he seemed to have felt better about this. The princess smiled. You want him first? You want him first? Aww. The anxiety she had been carrying just a while back had instantly melted off. Oh, hello, Raffi. Nice to see you. So, this is what he had busied himself with. In the end, I had no reason to worry about. His gesture sparked happiness for her once again. Yet, she couldn't help but feel something heavy within her heart. The thought that he went through all of the trouble just so he could express his gratitude. And from a simple passing complaint from her at that. He really didn't have to. Then show you're more grateful. You don't have to compare it to palace food. Just be thankful that it's better than the slop you're being served in your imprisonment, girl. Jeez! Why does he make me so happy? Yeah, Lake of Honey. I remember that during the song. Why does he make me too happy? Then, if you'd like, I can keep cooking your meals. Honey Lake? Alright, hold on. Honey Lake, Honey Lake, Honey Lake. Eh? Honey Lake is an endorheic sink in the Honey Lake Valley in northeastern California, near the Nevada border. Summer evaporation reduces the lake to a lower level of 12 square kilometers and creates an alkali flat. Honey Lake dries almost completely in most years. Honey Lake recreational activities include birdwatching, picnicking, hiking, camping, warm water fishing, and waterfowl hunting. The lake part of Honey Lake equals Lake's watershed of 2,770 square miles, which includes the Honey Lake Basin of 2,201 square miles. I don't know why we looked this up. I don't know. Is it 'cause it looks like honey lake? Like, 'cause it looks like honey? I don't know. But that's just the little... what I just read was the start of the little, Discord, no, Wikipedia article, so... Okay. So, Sethan is saying that he can keep cooking our meals. As much as I'd love to, wouldn't that be dangerous on your part? Worry not, it's not difficult to slip out and borrow the kitchen. Aww. Somehow, there's so much wrong with that. If you are certain about it, then by all means. If he is capable of moving about, I have no reason to detain him. Otherwise, he'd be a prisoner of mine. I'd be no better than the Demon Lord. Do know that if we get caught, you might get punished. They would never lay a hand on me. You, however, well, who knows? They might feed you to the demonic beast in the basement. It's so strange. The big, brush for his eyes is just weird. The dark elf gulped. I will try my best to aid your escape in case that happens, so do not think much of it. He is definitely unconvinced. I'll be careful, Princess Lumi. Not the demon basement beast, right? Like, what? What are we talking about here? Even still, he seemed determined to keep up with that. All right, but promise me. Do not leave again without a word, yes? Okay. Good answer. And I'd also like to apologize about earlier. Perhaps I may have acted irrationally. I mean, you were only gone for a moment after all. The princess lowered her head. Oh no, you do not need to apologize for that. The Demon Lord's job of that. Why is that kind of what I was picturing, to be honest? Certainly I was surprised, but... He trailed off for a bit. It actually made me it made him happy, chat, that we missed him. Did you also think so? Yeah, if I'm picturing a Demon Lord in this kind of situation, it's like a Jabba the Hutt kind of deal. He is precious. He's precious. Whee! Huh? What was that? No, never mind. He's blushing, so I'll blush too. Ever since Sethan's arrival, Lumi's quality of life had improved. Each passing day became much more tolerable. She found herself having more and more things to look forward to. No longer did she have to talk to herself for entertainment. No longer did she have to eat bland or overly seasoned meals. No longer was she alone. Weeks have passed, yet there was still no sign of the hero's party returning, nor of another hero's party on the way. Not that she had paid much mind to it, as her attention was almost always on her new friend's tales, or his meals, or whatever new thing he decided to share with her. But that one particular day, neither expected that they'd be sharing more. Eh? 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 Oh, they got sick. Maybe they got sick. Ayo! I feel heavy. I will love it. I feel heavy. My throat hurts. My head aches. I thought I was gonna have to bonk the picture for a moment. It doesn't say that it goes inappropriate, but I could never trust things. I might have caught a cold. Yeah, they're just sick. This is what happens when you're so single that it hurts. Your brain starts to go further and further into the gutter. Could this be the sick visit event? Eh? Nonsense. It isn't like there's anyone who would visit. Well, there's Sethan. Not that I'm expecting him to take care of me. Eh? Of course. Sethan would no doubt care for me since he is kind. He would, right? I can certainly imagine him making porridge. And then he'll help me up and insist he feeds me despite my objections. That doesn't happen in real life. In the end, I'd accept his kindness and then he'd help put me to sleep. Yeah, I'm surprised that Sethan and the butler haven't bumped into each other at all. He'd probably try to sing me to sleep, but it'll be out of tune as always. Goodness, what am I thinking? She pulled a blanket over her face and closed her eyes, feeling even hotter. Why am I thinking of such things? How embarrassing. Thankfully, night elves have no ability to read minds. Chad, I think she's in love. Huh? They don't, right? This isn't good for my health. The princess took a few deep breaths before taking the blanket off and sat herself up. Speaking of... Well, it is an Otome Visual Novel, which should mean that it's kind of a romancy thing, right? I don't know. Hold on. Excuse me. Wow. Visual novel, Otome, interaction fiction, fantasy. Yeah, it is. It does have one romance route, so yeah. 7? She tried to call out to him in a hoarse voice. Oh dear. My condition might be worse than I had thought. The girl slowly forced herself off the bed. No, absolutely, yeah, please get some rest, Kawaori. Kawaori, oh my gosh, I can't speak. It was really good to see you on stream again, it's been a while. Thank you so much for stopping by, I hope you get lots of sleep, and I hope tomorrow goes well. Her head throbbed, and she winced in pain. He hadn't left to cook yet. Thank you! I need it, right? Yeah. Get some good sleep. I'll see you next time, hopefully. Or sometime soon, hopefully. It's 1 a.m. for me. The girl slowly forced herself off the bed. Her head throbbed, and she winced in pain. He hadn't left to cook breakfast yet, has he? Just as he had promised, Kevin would always tell her whenever he planned to leave the room. Otherwise, he'd leave her a note by the bedside. Today, he hadn't done so yet, and he wouldn't have left on his own, right? It's 4 p.m. for you. Gotcha. Yeah, 3 hours. Longer than I anticipated for tonight. Perhaps he's in the closet? Groggily, the princess took a few steps towards her wardrobe. Her fingers wrapped around the cold handles of her closet. Oh no, he's sick! Poor baby. Oh, you're in Thailand. Oh. The dark elf just tumbled down on the floor as soon as she opened the wardrobe. Oh no. Oh dear. Seven? She crouched down too and touched his forehead. This is the wrong 2. He's burning up. Yeah, I decided to save real fast. Kitty. Well, if she's supposed to have crouched down also, TOO is also. 2 is like you're going to or giving something to someone. And then, of course, TWO is the number. Yeah, no. He's burning up. Did we somehow fall ill at the same time? Yes, obviously. Yeah, things like 2, 2, and 2, your and your, there, and there, then and then. Yeah, those things. I try not to let it bother me, even though it does. I just try not to say it to people who mess it up. But when it's in a game, you know. Yes, flu and flu also. Blue and blue, yeah. Lumi? His eyes flickered open, but he barely managed to speak. What time? Need to cook. He said weakly as he tried to get up, but he immediately ended up giving in and fell back on the floor. Oh no, poor Sethan. I like to tease people when they do. Focal, yeah. This poor guy's so sick. Oh no. Oh no. It seems we've both fallen ill. You shouldn't go out today. Oh dear, what do we do? What does one do when someone is sick? Have you never been sick before? She looked around, hoping to figure something out, until her eyes fell on the bed. Come, Sethan, let's get ourselves on the bed. I don't know. I don't know if it's sad. She tried to help him up, but he pulled back. I can't share bed. He was a little flustered, though he can barely speak. She is a prince. Oh, that's true. But Surely she's been sick, right? So she'd be taken care of. So she'd have a general idea of what one does or has done for them. Come on now, this isn't the time to fuss. Your condition is clearly worse than mine, and I couldn't possibly keep you in that wardrobe. Oh, okay then. Perhaps it was because he was sick, but it didn't really take much effort to convince him. She could have never thought of it, I guess so. With much difficulty, the princess managed to help him up the bed. Snuggles! This isn't so bad now, is it? I need a cute dark elf to snuggle. It's so good. It really is.
I'm sorry for the trouble.
Main story, 1 hour. Doesn't help that I had a panic attack partway through the stream, so... and got 2 bad endings. Main Insides doesn't say, Goodness. Is that still what you are worrying about? She flicked his forehead. He's sick, be nice. Instead of apologizing, I'd much prefer to hear words of gratitude. Streaming 3.5. Oh, probably more than that. I chat, I reread things when I don't speak properly. Yeah.
Alright then.
Aww, he's cute. Thank you. Now, was that so hard? You've made me feel warm and fuzzy inside.
Is that good? You're already burning.
Oh, is that good? You're already burning. Really now, you jest when you can barely speak. I know, I want to hug him too. Oh, it's precious. Oh, it's precious. He laughed. I think this is the first time I've heard him stifle a laugh. It's cute. Yeah, it is. I should let you slide this time. Let's sleep for now. Nap time.
Lumi.
Oh. He was practically half asleep when he spoke.
Can I hold your hand?
He wants to hold our hand, Chad. Of course. This sound effect is way too loud. That is awful. Stop it. Maybe that. You need a breather. Ugh. Oh, that sound effect is excessive. It's excessive. What the heck? I think I need to fix my sound settings because even my voice is peaking and that's bothering my brain. This is too adorable. His hand felt hot, but it was comfortable. She could feel his calluses brushing against her soft fingers. Our hands are like night and day, but I like it. It's too cute, Chad. It's It's so cute, Chad. Yeah, I know. It's hard to handle it, isn't it? Like, they're so cute. It's really hard. Ah. As a princess, she had never worked in her life. Naturally, her hands were very unlike the bard's. She could also feel small wounds around his fingers. It was no wonder. He often practiced with his instrument. I could tell that he works hard.
Thank you.
Thank you. His voice brought her fading consciousness back.
Thank you for everything.
Thank you for everything. His voice, his touch, his presence, everything about him made her feel comfortably warm. Sleep well, Sethin.
You too, Lumi.
You too, Lumi. One was the main story, the other was completionist. Wow, I thought more people would have finished this. It only took a moment for the two to sleep soundly once again. Ah. The princess felt something cold touch her forehead. It was oddly comforting. I'm the only person playing this right now? Yeah, it is not, from what I can tell, a very well-known game, but it was cute and well-rated, what few ratings it had, so I was like, you know what? Yeah, let's go for it. Small games like this, I mean, I think small games like these definitely should be highlighted, so, you know, while I'm not huge yet, I think being able to play them and share them is good. So, I hope to do more of that, you know? The princess felt something cold touch her forehead. It was oddly comforting.
My goodness. So this is where our little pest had run off to.
The demon! Oh no! Oh no! Who? Sethin?
Even had the gall to take her side.
No! 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 Yeah, I will go back and highlight them, but no!
If he wasn't just as ill as...
She was barely conscious, but Lumi could definitely hear someone talking, although muddled. It was a familiar voice. The demon butler? Oh no, it slipped my mind. Sethin, how's Sethin? Her hand instinctively searched for the dark elves. She didn't have to look much, as it seemed that they hadn't even let go of each other, even in sleep.
Rest with ease, milady. We shall discuss this when you've recovered.
No. No. Chad, I'm really scared for him. Chad, I'm really scared. Rest with ease, my lady. We shall discuss this when you've recovered. Butler, please, don't. Sethin.
Sleep. I promise not to touch your drow.
Sleep. I promise not to touch your drow. A sweet smell wafted around her. It felt ever so comforting that she couldn't keep her eyes open.
What a troublesome princess I ended up serving.
What a troublesome princess I ended up serving. A few days later.
What were the two of you thinking?
So he ends up scolding her. With hands on his hips, the butler continued to nag at the two newly recovered patients. Okay, hold on. Maybe it's not the end of the world. Maybe it's not too bad.
Princess, how could you allow a complete stranger to stay in your living quarters?
Princess, how could you allow a complete stranger to stay in your living quarters? Having finally gotten rid of their colds, the butler had requested their explanation, and before they knew it, they've been listening to the butler's tirade for over an hour now. Help me, I was so absolutely scared. DDLC? What's DDLC? Oh, I was so scared there. I was so scared there. That was terrifying. That was terrifying! What the heck? Doki Doki Literature Club. Ah, okay, I've never played it, so... What the frick? What the frick? What the frick? What the frick? That scared me so much!
Have you any idea how it felt? To find the two of you passed out on the bed?
Have you any idea how it felt to find the two of you passed out on the bed? To find an unknown drow sleeping next to the princess? What?
And to top it off, both burning with fever whilst holding each other's hands in your sleep.
If you want scars, you should play it. I mean, I have plenty of scars. I don't know how much worse it could actually get. And to top it off, both burning with fever whilst holding each other's hand in your sleep.
It was so sick that I wanted to gag.
It was so sickeningly sweet that I wanted to gag. Ugh.
Yet I couldn't just pull the two of you apart. What with my lady just begging me so, despite being barely conscious.
Yet I couldn't just pull the two of you apart. What with my lady just begging me so, despite being in a barely conscious state. Ah, the S word, yeah. He wiped a non-existent tear from his eye.
Then, this was extremely irresponsible of you two.
Even then, this was extremely irresponsible of you
Had I not
two.
come over, your conditions could have gotten worse.
Had I not come over, your conditions would have gotten worse. Could have gotten worse.
Especially you.
Especially you, Drow. How? Can they not afford to get sick? He pointed at Sethen. You should have known better. To stay in the room of a lone girl, and a princess at that. For goodness sakes, I couldn't fathom how you could think that such a thing is acceptable.
Had this been anywhere else, the princess
Had
would have
this
been
been anywhere else, the princess would have just been the subject of rumors or scandal. Ah, gotcha. Well, I mean, I do watch a lot of true crime and stuff like that. So I don't know. Maybe it would bother me. I don't know. Sorry? He squeaked. If the dark elf had a shell, he would have already withdrawn inside. He would possibly be popular. Ah, I don't know. Yeah. Chat, I adjusted my filter settings a little. Is my voice still okay? I was just peaking a lot, so I'm trying to fix it so that I'm not going up into the red and that I cut out because I'm kind of high-pitched. Ah, Danganronpa, I know is pretty popular, or was. I don't know if it still is. I know it was. It sounds good. Does it sound better? Or not too different? Hopefully I'm not, cutting out. Oh, Okay, well, it's not going into the red as often for me, so hopefully it's a little better. I don't know. I'm trying. Oh, it is? It is popular? Come now, do not lay all the blame on Sethen. I was the one who insisted on letting him stay. The butler sneered. I could see that, yes.
You, as well, have a long list of offenses.
Mama, Papa, you as well have a long list of offenses. No wonder you've been asking for larger servings of your meals for a few weeks back.
I should have figured it out.
I should have figured it out then.
But I dismiss such thoughts as I trust that you, as a lady and a princess, would know better.
But I dismissed such thoughts as I trusted that you, as a lady and a princess, would know better. Nah, she doesn't know.
And more than that, you lied to cover up for the drow.
And more than that, you lied to cover up for the drow.
How little you trust me.
Is that how little you trust me? I mean, because when we select any option that lets you find him, things go bad. But yeah, sure. Yes?
Oh,
Oh, you wound me.
Excuse me.
Excuse me. He raised a hand.
So, what happens
What happens now?
I kick you out?
I kick you out. Hold it right there. Seven isn't going anywhere. She stood in front of the dark elf with arms crossed. For their captors, he's oddly light-hearted. Yeah, just a little bit, huh? It is far too dangerous for him to go out on his own. I am not allowing him to leave just like that. Are you certain? Isn't this the same drow who has been sneaking past our security in broad daylight? At that, without getting caught? This feels like a war game type thing. I don't know what's the feeling I'm getting. I'm not sure I understand. He's been using the kitchen every day without anyone's notice. I mean, that's a failure on you all, not him. Even I, a demonkin, was not able to detect his presence in this very room. I'd hardly consider this one a helpless drow who cannot survive on his own. I say he's plenty capable of living off out there in the woods. Well, perhaps your security is simply faulty, she huffed. This isn't our fault now, is it? Like if it was a real war, the butler should kill him, but he's not. I guess so, yeah. Or conflict. That's true. I don't think this one is a very brutal story. Chat, I do have to be right back for just a second. I need to take a quick break because it's been like almost 3.5 hours and I need to stretch and use the bathroom. I'm sorry, I'll be right back. Hello, I'm back. Sorry about that. The kitties also wanted some, dry food, because usually they get some a little better. Oh yeah, actual stretch. Whee! Wow! Strange. Stanch. Yeah, your spelling is as good as my ability to read words, which is not very good today. Lots of days. Some days. I don't know. So, pneumo no ultra microscopic volcanoconiosis? That's as good as I'm gonna get trying to read it. Hippopotomonstrosequipedaliophobia. Which one? Did I pronounce correctly? The first one? There's no way. On either of them, I probably messed that up. What? What? No way! Well, yay! Good job, me! Woo. Did you ever try to read my tongue twister on Blue Sky? I'll be honest, I suck at remembering to check Blue Sky. I didn't even realize, that the schedule video thingy, that, yeah, the phobia is the fear of long words being a long word. Yes, I forget that Blue Sky exists. I'm still trying to get used to it. Heck, I'm even bad at remembering, like, Twitter and TikTok and other stuff. Oh, walruses wearing wristwatches watch wistfully. Ah, the pneumo one is... Oh, yeah, I mean, I didn't say it out loud, but I did like it. Where are you? On here. I'm meow 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 meow. There we go. Oh, it's just walrus. Walrus is wearing wristwatches. Wristwatches, because I don't say R's. Walrus is wearing wristwatches. Watch wistfully. Yeah, that's a lot of letters. That's mean. It infuriates you to no end. Ah. Marty, if you're still watching, I hope you're doing okay. I'm sorry that I had that weird panic attack earlier. Walruses? You can't say walruses? When I was younger, I had a hard time, saying R's sometimes. So it would be a W. Walruses. Back to the game. Yep, sorry. The demon butler sighed. I cannot believe you are this attached to that drow. Walruses. Aww, cute. He turned his eyes at the dark elf. But he's cute and little and he's nice to us. We need somebody who's cute and little and nice to us and takes care of us. You. Eh? I suppose I can bend a few rules for my lady. Be thankful to the princess. I see that you do have a heart. 3 of them, thank you very much. 3? This dude has 3 hearts? That aside, I did promise to oblige your requests. Oh? You are following through with that? I had always assumed they were but empty words. It pains me that you think so little of me. As a butler, it would shame me if I could not honor something so simple. Besides, I could not bear to make you cry, my lady. He said in a dramatic tone. Eek. Lumi rolled her eyes. Though she was thankful that the butler was willing to turn a blind eye for them. Wouldn't you get in trouble? Not if I deny all accusations. He is a drow, a specialist of the dark arts, so I could simply pin everything on him. Uh-oh, that's not nice. Seven seemed to be unsure how to feel about that, so he turned his attention to the princess instead. Thank you for sticking up for me, Yumi. Lumi, I don't know why I called her Yumi. Didn't I tell you I'd handle this? Yeah, I'll repay you somehow. In your own world again, I see. You're on Steam right now? It seems I may have underestimated your relationship to be calling each other by your first names. It seems the two of you are more fond of each other than I had anticipated. Huh? What relationship? Are you jealous, then? Lumi? Not in the slightest. But this would either entertain me or be a cause for more headaches. What a bother. Yeah, no, I think it'll be spoilers, so let's pretend that we don't see them. 7, just ignore him. Okay. Shh, and you lot even dared to go up against me. Naturally, Sethan and I are a team, aren't we? Huh? Yes. Yes, we are. His words lacked confidence. But that was good enough for Lumi. Before, this dark elf can barely hold a conversation with her. Before, this bard can barely call out to her. Now, she could even hear her name being uttered by him every day. Aww. It was a simple gesture, but to her, it meant so much more. Thanks, folk. Yay, dance! Whoops, ouch. I kicked that pretty hard. Ooh, it's hard to get comfy. Wah. Yeah, 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 meow, 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 meow. Oh, he's so cute. Well, hopefully we'll see it. Hopefully we will see it, okay?
This song shall be my testament.
No.
A song of mementos.
He's singing. He's singing, chat.
A sovereign of ruin born of sorrows. birth that shall engulf all in loss forevermore. Only blood of maiden of lore.
Not only does he have trouble with, like, being in tune, his wording is bizarre. Like, it's just structurally weird. Stop!
Only
Yes? My lady, is this what you've been listening to? It's drunken Shakespeare. Horrendous. Oh. How could one call yourself a bard of songs if you cannot perform this one classic? You know what? I need to know something because is there any way to find out who made this game? I mean, like, what's the original language of the game? Is there a way to find out? Hold on. Now I'm curious. Yeah, I want to know. The Princess of the Tower wants a hero. I want to know more about them, if possible. Chinese sportswear company? That's not it, right? Wait a minute. Who is it? Yeah. Alright, they have a Twitter. Ah, the Philippines, so... okay. It could be that. It could be that. It could be. So, I feel a little bad for being, like, confused with the language. But... you know? Okay, so... Alrighty, so that explains it, I think. Alright. Yes, I am fully aware how terrible Stefan is. She replied lazily. What? She replied lazily. Okay. But it's rather fun to listen to him. If you do not like it, then leave. Or better yet, perish. Is it just me, or have you become rather vindictive when it comes to me? Oh, so you've noticed. And you are very much self-aware. Wonderful. Well, If you haven't been mean to Seven, then I'd play nice with you. Yeah, this game was released 2 years ago, and I noticed that it wasn't super big on Steam or much of anything else either. Oh my gosh, did I really play it on its 2-year anniversary? Aww. Their art is really good. I love it. Ah yeah, so this was released 2 years ago. On Steam at least. Oh my gosh, yay! 2-year anniversary, and it's being covered on stream. Yay! That was not intentional at all, chat. Yeah, they have a fair few translations. It's pretty cool. Ah, so it comes down to that drow once again. You two are really attached. It's rather painful to watch. If you have nothing better to say, then just leave. Actually, why are you even here? You have been revisiting rather often lately. Did you not tell me before that you cannot stay here long because of your duties? Don't you have anything better to do? Oh, I apologize that I am interrupting your alone time together. Their faces right now. The princess rolled her eyes. I assure you, I have mountains of work to do. But because of your request, I have to make sure to keep an eye on that drow, lest he does something inappropriate. Yeah? Seven would never do such a thing. Right, dear? She called him dear. She turned to his direction. Huh? Of course I wouldn't. Wait, is nobody gonna notice that she called him dear? Like, he's not gonna react to that? See? Dear me, you're really set on trusting that drow? He sighed. Whatever do you see in him? Whatever do you see in him? Son of a monkey! There's too many options! Oh no, not that. Not load. Save. Why? There's so many. He's cute. Yeah. Too many options. Choice paralysis. We did cute. We did cute. We did cute. We're okay. We're okay. Will I regret this? I don't know, chat. Alright. Yes, I did save, so if I need to... I find him adorable. Lumi! See? Don't you just want to pull those cheeks? And the way his ears droop, it makes me want to play with them. Oh girl, if you played with them, you'd be in trouble. The look in your eyes tells me that I shouldn't ask. Eh? Above all, Seven is a dear friend. Just friend. Just friend? That's what you're going with? Does that satisfy you? Now there are only 2 bad endings. If so... Please leave us in peace. The third choice for the first ending was let him go. She smiled sweetly at him. I don't mind having Sir Butler to stay, though. Oh Oh, Seven, you really are too adorable. No, I'm not. Flirting again.
Anyways, it's almost Yule season, so it's been rather busy out there.
Anyways, it's almost Yule season, so it's been rather busy out there.
Don't you think I deserve a break? I don't even get paid for this.
Don't you think I deserve a break? I don't even get paid for this. They don't pay him? I suppose Demonkin do not have labor laws.
So, just let me hide away here until the season tides over.
So, just let me hide away here until the season tides over. Never mind that. You mentioned Yule. It's almost Yule? Oh my, I've lost sense of time. I did not realize we're already in that season. We are too.
Yule, huh? I haven't celebrated it in years.
Yule, huh? I haven't celebrated it in years. Because you've been out traveling? Seven nodded. You could say the same for me. Before this demon butler, the ones who came before him barely ever uttered a word to me.
So you do appreciate me more.
So you do appreciate me more. Aw, no spinning fish. Do not worry, I do. And even more if you bring over some tea and snacks for me and Seven right now.
You could have just asked,
You could have just asked, you know. He deadpanned.
I shall return with your request.
I shall return with your request. The butler then proceeded to bow before leaving. He's finally left, thank goodness. She crossed her arms over her chest and upturned her chin. I wish he'd stop calling you Drow. Alrighty, backroom, see you soon.
It's fine. I don't mind, really.
It's fine, I don't mind, really.
Drow is an old term for us Dark Elves. We don't find it offensive.
Drow is an old term for us Dark Elves. We don't find it offensive. Even still, you have a name. It'd be as though if calling Kethins... It'd be as though if Kethins started calling me humid all the time. The princess huffed. Her companion could only smile bashfully in response.
Come to think of it, we haven't been calling him by name either.
Come to think of it, we haven't been calling him by name either. Ah, welcome back. Oh dear, that is true. Actually, what is his name?
Didn't know.
You don't know? Ah ha ha. A moment later.
Here are your snacks and some tea, perfect for the cold.
Human said with disdain. Human. Yeah.
I hope you enjoy.
Thank you.
Thanks.
My pleasure.
My pleasure. So...
Anything else?
Human.
I'd be happy to serve.
Anything else? I'd be happy to serve. The butler seemed to have switched back to being cordial. Then again, his separation between being casual and professional was very thin.
I do have the privilege to play truant from my usual duties, as long as I'm under your orders.
I do have the privilege to play truant from my usual duties, as long as I am under your orders. And there we go. Professionalism go poof. Why do you sound proud of playing hooky?
Actually, we just wanted to apologize.
Aw, we want to apologize.
Oh? What's this? Have you two realized that it's lonely without me?
Oh, what's this? Have you two realized that it is lonely without me? Not at all. It's just that...
We've just realized that we hadn't known your name.
We've just realized that we hadn't known your name. He raised a brow. Why are you looking so apologetic? I mean, you have been serving me for quite a while now, so... The butler just shrugged.
A mere butler's name matters not to, Princess. I doubt you knew the names of your guards back home.
A mere butler's name matters not to a princess. I doubt you knew the names of your guards back home. You found an octopus vocal in Twitch. Silly. Lumi could only fiddle with her thumbs. His words rang true. She didn't even know the names of her most personal maids. What? How do you... Oh, that's awful. The atmosphere between them suddenly felt cold. It's always been like that with the butler. He's always acted friendly, but it always felt like he had drawn a line between them. You're having a lot of fun over there on Twitch, aren't ya? Yes, she's really terrible at finding out names. Lumi wondered, had this always been how he felt? That he was just another one of her nameless servants? Well, it's kinda your fault, Lumi. No name? Ah. As painful as it was to admit, he was indeed a nameless servant in the end.
See? So no need to feel bad for it.
He has no name.
You, Drow, are especially lucky to have the princess even bat an eye on you.
Oh, he doesn't even get a name like an actual one. It came right as you said it, right? Butler, cease that. She frowned. Lumi felt like she had wronged him, but it still didn't sit well with her of how he treats Kevin. Just as how the butler was a nameless servant, Kevin was nothing but a nameless night elf to him. Right? He's got so much personality, so having no name is like, what?
As you command.
Yeah, Focal, I need 3 people chatting at once regularly on stream. As you command. He made a gesture of zipping his lips. While he may have followed her order, his attitude was still slightly mocking. But it was part of his usual antics. But this time, the princess felt a stab to her. A separation between them became as clear as ever. I see. It wasn't him alone who drew the line between us. I did too. The princess turned to the dark elf, somewhat concerned about how he felt about that. Ah yes, I like that red-haired butler number 47.
Lumi, it's fine.
Lumi, it's fine. He seemed alright, at least. Lumi could only shoot her butler a glare, and in turn he simply snubbed her. Suddenly, it became difficult to ask him.
As we were saying, there's just something we wanted to know from you.
As we were saying, there's just something we wanted to know from you.
What is your name, if you don't mind?
What is your name, if you don't mind? Thankfully, Kevin dropped in to ask in her place. He seemed to have been taken aback. The demon butler hesitated for a moment, before finally opening his mouth.
Rio.
What? What the what? What the what? He has a name! He has a name, yeah, 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 he has a name, woo, woo, woo. Okay. So we just didn't know he had a name. What? His reply lacked the usual sass or sarcasm he usually had. Ah. So, he has a side like that as well. She smiled. That small gesture felt like it melted something in an instant. Aww. He's cute too. Just as how it meant so much to her to have someone call her by name, perhaps this demon butler felt the same as well. At that very moment, it felt like she understood him better, even by just a little. Oh, I see. Rio.
Good to be acquainted with you, Rio.
Only if you could have your cake and eat it too. Good to be acquainted with you, Rio. Ah! He has a name. We get to call him by something other than Demon Butler. What is so strange about using your name, Rio?
Rio is just a fine name, I think.
Rio is just a fine name, I think. Right, Rio?
Rio.
Rio? Rio?
Rio.
Stop it, the two of
The two of you! You're both doing this on purpose!
Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Cake? Like his cake? I wonder if they have cake. Not a lot of male Vtuber models get decent cake, you know?
Rio.
The two chuckled.
Oh well. If this is what it takes to keep the princess happy.
Oh well, if this is what it takes to keep the princess happy. He
I
shrugged.
suppose this is thanks to you as well, Drow.
I suppose this is thanks to you as well, Drow.
Huh? What did I...
What did I? Well, yeah, of course your model doesn't have cake. You're a skeleton, dude.
I'm
What
still
did I?
not quite pleased with the two of you sharing a room, nor do I fully trust you.
Is the gender-neutral name meaning river. I'm still not quite pleased with the two of you sharing a room, nor do I fully trust you. He mutters something under his breath.
Alas, her wishes come
Alas, her wishes come first. The butler ignored Sethin's attempted denial. Yes, speaking of wishes, she claps her hands together with an unusual cheer. I wish you'd call our dear Kevin by his name properly.
Bit that hard, didn't
Bit that one hard, didn't I? Lumi, you don't have to. Also, Japanese name, very based on the kanji characters used to write it. Yeah. I yearn to be a caked up, dummy big skeleton that rattles when I walk. That's a vibe, I guess. Lumi, you don't have to.
Fine. Sethin, yes?
Fine, Sethin, yes?
Yes.
Yes. The dark elf nodded.
There.
There. Are you happy now, my lady? Very. The butler's presence had become ever more apparent in the coming days. He may never admit it, but it was obvious that he had formed a soft spot for the two. Thus, the princess's room had become livelier than ever. For better or for worse. But one thing was certain, there had never been a dull moment since then. Christmas time! Look at the decorations! Remind me, why am I working overtime? The butler was holding on to decorations. He had a conflicted expression plastered on his face. You said that this is part of your work. Listening to my requests, that is. Sethin was standing on a stool while putting up some garlands on the wall. Rio would hand over those that were stored in the box whenever the dark elf would finish one. And then there's the princess idly sampling some cookies on the table. Well, yes, but preferably when it benefits me as well. However, it is already past my working hours. Why does it matter? You said that you do not get paid either way, didn't you? Naturally, I'd like to sit back and rest after a long day of hard work. But haven't you been here almost the whole day? Still work. You were just lounging around, criticizing Sethin's performance. Perhaps you'd fancy a break. Would you like some tea, or perhaps refreshments? I thought so. And no, perhaps later. Sethin, you? I'm okay. I'd like to finish the decoration here. Uh-oh. Let's talk to Sethin. I've been wondering, Sethan, how do you celebrate the Yule? Well, it's not really a festive holiday for us. We do get together outside. We share a meal with the whole clan, share some stories. I guess there's also a battle exhibition. A battle exhibition. How is that not festive enough? Before we end the festival and return to our homes, we'd give away handmade trinkets to family and friends. Oh, they make presents. Chat, they make presents. That's cute. Gifting them is an expression of our gratitude for each other. Aww. Oh, that's interesting. I'd say it sounds like your community is rather tight-knit. Well, we really only get together during certain festivals, so I wouldn't say so. I believe drows are solitary beings. They dislike working with others, especially other races. When they do have tasks that require large groups, they tend to group up together. This is one of the reasons that drows are rarely seen. They really avoid other races. Or am I mistaken? I guess that's true for a lot of us, he replied sheepishly. Sethan is an outlier then. That he is. But Sethan, aren't you leaving out a small detail? Was I? Uh-oh. I believe this trinket exchange for drows is also for Before he could finish, the dark elf leapt onto the butler and covered his mouth. I almost said the L word. So his words ended up all muffled. That was the fastest any of them had ever seen the bard move. It was actually impressive. Blah! Yeah, I think I do. Rio pulled Sethan's hand off. Goodness, why are you so pressed on that? His tone was teasing. Obviously, he knew. Are you certain you're a bard? You move as swift as an assassin. Yes, Sethan. Why did you stop Rio from speaking? It was evident that he was hesitating to answer. The princess's expression softened. If you do not wish to tell us, it's fine. Yeah, thanks. Well then, I suppose we are done with decorations. Are you happy now, princess? She gleefully put her hands together. Yes? It must be love. Exactly. Quite excited, more like. I do not know why it hadn't occurred to me to at least celebrate such festivities. It's been truly dull staying here. This should change things up. Change up some things. Good for you. Well then, I suppose I shall turn in for the night. Hold that thought. Wait a moment, Rio. Tch. What is it, princess? Is it just me, or has he been disinclined to work as of late? I simply wanted to ask you to give assistance to Sethan with accessing the kitchen, that is. We've talked about it before, and he said he's willing to cook us a feast for the festival. I don't know if she still stuffs in the closet. That's a good question. You should know how terrible the usual chef is. Milady, I'm already turning a blind eye on your dear smuggled bard. Don't you think that you're asking me too much? But you said you'd oblige my requests. Would this mean you trust me then? I trust you enough to take care of Sethan. Smuggled bard. I love it. I love it. The butler sighed. Very well. If this will please you, then I shall see what I can do. Thank you, dear. Oh no, she called him dear too. With that, the butler bowed and left. Thank you for taking care of that, Lumi. Oh, it's nothing. You shall be the one doing most of the work anyway. And he did the decorating as well. All I've done was sample the sweets Rio would serve for the festival. Really, I'm the one who isn't doing much here. She shook her head and forced herself to perk up. So, just make sure to make a wonderful feast. I'll try. I do wonder, is there anything I can do to express my gratitude to Sethan? Ever since he had arrived, I started to enjoy my stay here. I owe him much, yet he seems to think nothing of his efforts. It's rather clear words alone wouldn't get through his head. What to do? Something I could do within this room. Ah, I know. I hope he'll like it. What is she planning, chat? Hey, buddy. Hey, baby. The butler and the bard busied themselves with festival preparations. Thanks to Rio, Sethan had been able to slip in and out much easier. Excuse me. The princess, who wasn't allowed to leave her room, couldn't really do much. But with the absence of the two, she managed to preoccupy herself with a certain personal project. And thus, a few days passed. The night of the festival finally arrived. Such a shame Rio couldn't join us. A spread of festive cooking was laid on their small tea table. There was a large roasted bird in the center, surrounded by appetizers and decorative tableware. Kitty. Baby. 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 Baby, don't nuzzle the microphone. Okay. Is it yours? Is it yours right now? Is everything yours right now? Yes? I'm gonna eat you. No! Stop it! What are you doing? Why? What are you doing, buddy? What are you doing, my baby? Mwah, 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 mwah. You're my baby. You're my baby. I know. You want to go to bed? I know. Let Mama get past this, okay? Is you my baby? Are you my baby? You're such a good baby. Oh, my baby. Oh, my baby. Mwah. Yeah, you're a sweet kitty. You're my sweet kitty. Yep, kitty ambush. There was a large roasted bird at the center, surrounded by appetizers and decorative tableware. A candlelight stood at the side, close to the colorful desserts, which were available in different shapes and sizes. Honestly, it was too much for just the two of them. Well, he does deserve a break. Just look at this. You two truly outdid yourselves. I'm quite sure he should be enjoying the festival with his family right now. Come to think of it, did he even have a family? By the way, what's up, Backrooms? Without pausing, hello, Okami, nice to see you. Without pausing, the princess elegantly sliced a piece of her roasted meal. Your cooking is wonderful as usual. This roasted fowl is simply divine. The skin is moist, flavorful, and crispy. The meat is juicy and tender. And this sauce! Words cannot describe how well they go together. The sauce was made by Rio, so I wouldn't take full credit for that. As for the meat, I say it's all thanks to its freshness. Let me move this and see if that'll help. Come on, buddy. Oh no, should I have chosen He's Funny? Normally, we can only use frozen ingredients due to logistical reasons, but luckily I managed to hunt that bird the other day. I see. Are you certain that you're a bard? Perhaps you'd be better off as an archer? Please stop changing my occupation. I do not shoot down with a bow and arrow. I used magic. Now that sounds even more impressive. Ah, other achievements. Gotcha. Still not bard-like, though. It's really not much. Everyone in our clan can do such a basic spell. Hi. You're always selling yourself short, you know that? Ah. I think I've made things rather awkward. Oh, I know! Sethan, you know that one song, right? I believe you played it the other day. Which one? The title slipped my mind, but I believe it to be a classic. Bards at the palace would often sing it during such festivals. Ah, Backrooms on YouTube also says hi, Okami. Classics. Ah, I believe you mean this one?
This song shall be my testament, a song of mementos. A sovereign of ruin born of sorrow. A birth that shall engulf the world in loss forevermore. Only blood of maiden of lore.
Yeah, it is very cold, isn't it, Okami? How can he stutter his own voice? I don't know. It's like the quality or just weird placement of vibrato.
Only blood of maiden of lore.
Only blood of maiden of lore. I don't even think I could sing it properly. Yes, that one. I believe I've actually heard that quite often during special events. This is one of the oldest songs of us bards. There was a saying among us, if you wanted to be a bard, you must learn this song first and foremost. It's called Maiden of Sacrifice. That sounds oddly sinister. True. Would you like me to continue then? Maybe not. I do not really recall how it goes next, but I do not think I'd like it. Oh, you asked for the song. Well, that's fine. Anyway, we're about almost done here. I've stuffed myself tonight. I don't think I can have another bite. Same, I'll clean up here. Why don't you catch some fresh air? Of course, she couldn't go outside, which meant the balcony. Very well. I would not mind helping you out, though. No, it's fine. It should be quick. If you say so. Just as Sethan had suggested, the princess walked over to the balcony to catch some fresh air. Honestly, there wasn't anything special about the view. It's the same old barren land of snow. The girl turned her head for a moment, watching the dark elf pack up their leftovers. A sacrificial maiden, right? With a soft huff, she then turned up to the star-filled sky. I wonder why I never bothered to look up. It's pretty. She smiled to herself. I wish Sethan would get here soon. Then we can watch together.
The sky is brighter tonight, isn't it?
The sky is brighter tonight, isn't it? Lumi flinched from Sethan's sudden appearance.
Did I surprise you?
Did I surprise you? Too soon. Oh, well, this works.
Sorry about that.
I'm sorry about that. He's smiling. Well, you walk too quietly. Do I now?
You know what?
You know what? I think you're not the first to say that, actually. Then perhaps you really would have been better off as an assassin.
There's no way I could pull that off.
Come on, there's no way I could pull that off. No, really. We're all saying you're too good at it. Muttering words unknown to the girl. Actually, why did you become a bard? The question had been bugging her for quite a while now. Sure, he had mentioned before that his mother liked music. But their conversation was cut short back then. Lumi wondered if he had some other reason. You don't have to answer if you don't want to.
Not that.
It's not that. If I tell you, would you answer something of mine too? Muttering words unknown to the girl. I think I remember that. Oh, well, as long as it's something I could answer. Sethan perked up. His timid demeanor was swept away, or at least he tried to sweep it away. It was still obvious that he was anxious, but motivated. Goodness, I thought we were already at the stage where we don't get nervous around each other anymore.
I mentioned that our clan specialized in the dark arts.
Lumi nodded.
See, I was terrible at it.
Aw, he's a boy failure.
All I could do were basic spells, while everyone else was already practicing advanced spells. I was falling back.
Aww.
I tried many other things. Archery, swordsmanship, potions. But I always found myself fumbling. Everyone started considering me as useless since I couldn't do anything right. Once I played around with my mother's instrument, and when she heard me, she insisted that I pursue it.
Ah, because he's good at the instrument part. That's what I thought.
Art isn't common among us dark elves, so I was reluctant. But my mother was quite, how do you say it? An oddball? Yes, I suppose that's it. She was an oddball. Her circumstances prevented her from pursuing it herself.
Oh, I wonder what the mom's circumstances were.
So with that, you can guess the rest of the story.
The way he said it, it almost seemed like he wasn't particularly fond of the memories. Part of Lumi felt bad for asking him, but another was just glad to know more about this bard.
Although, honestly, I don't really enjoy playing.
You don't? But you always seem enthusiastic to play. I wouldn't have thought. Lumi felt bad. Does that mean she had been forcing him to play all along?
Don't worry. I'm not particularly fond of playing, but I do like seeing others enjoy my performance.
He likes seeing others enjoy his performance.
Even if it was in the form of making fun of it.
Oh, see?
Well, granted, you seem to be the only one who ever wholeheartedly enjoys it.
For a moment, the princess felt her chest tighten. She wondered, was it sadness, or was it happiness? She couldn't tell, so for now, she could only purse her lips and keep it in.
It's not a particularly interesting story, is it?
The girl shook her head. No, I learned a lot more about you. I'm honestly just glad you opened up to me like this.
I I see.
Now then, I suppose I owe you an answer this time. Go on now. The Dark Elf seemed like he was hesitating to ask his question.
Are you really fine with marrying anyone?
Are you really fine with marrying anyone? The princess blinked. She was unsure where this question suddenly came from. But it would be a lie to say that she didn't know what he meant. Whoever rescues her does have the right for her hand in marriage. As to whether or not she could refuse, that would be difficult to answer. Yes, of course, she answered without hesitation. Either way, it is my responsibility as a princess. No? Was I supposed to do no? If I were to be honest, no. Of course not. Either way, it is my responsibility as a princess. Whether I like it or not is irrelevant. I've never had the choice in the matter. Had I not been imprisoned here, I would have been married off for political reasons. This is simply what I must pay for the privileges I've received as a princess. Her childhood had been a rather happy one. She could ask for all the toys, dresses, and jewelry she wanted. She didn't have to worry about hunger or sickness. Lumi would even proudly admit that she had been spoiled. I'd honestly preferred this, to be tied to someone who risked their life just to reach my side. You'd think such a person would at least have an inkling of a feeling for me, yes?
But what if the hero turns out to be unpleasant?
Well, nothing I can do then. Her reply was nonchalant, as if it was the most natural thing. The princess looked up the sky once again. Without looking back at Sethan, she continued, "My hero could be an aging old man or even a mad sorcerer, and I must still marry them if they so decide." There had even been a record of a princess whose hero was an ogre. Ogres are known to be hideous, short-tempered, and uncouth. This time, she turned to him with a smile. Yet, stories say they lived happily ever after. If such a relationship could work, mine should as well, yes? Lumi tried shifting the mood, but her companion still seemed down about it. She furrowed her brows and gave him an empathic look. I didn't realize he was worrying about such things. But it feels good to know that Sethan cares about me to this extent. She held out her hands. Yeah, right? To cup his cheeks. Sethan staggered because of her sudden gesture and tried to step back, but she pulled him back in. Come now, why the long face? You look silly like this. Yep, I love the Shrek reference, it's funny. She chuckled as she stared at his squeezed cheeks. Sethan grabbed her wrists to take them off his face. He seemed very flustered. The princess sighed. Oh, you. It's the Yule Festival. We should be celebrating merrily. If it'd make you feel any better, my father, the king himself, has assured me he'd handpick my heroes. I doubt he'd send in just about anyone. And then there's your party. They should still be close by, yes? Speaking of them, it had probably already been a month or so, and I've yet to pick up their friend, and they have yet to pick up their friend. Lumi worried if they're doing well. What if one of them was heavily injured? She could only hope that Sethan would be able to reunite with his companions. Her words didn't seem to have gotten through to him. The princess sighed once again. What am I to do with you? She took her attention away from him for a moment and fished something from inside her sleeves. Without warning, She took the dark elf's hands and dropped something on his palm. He blinked. What's? I'm not particularly good at crafts, but I hope you like it. It was a bracelet. Aww, the trinket was evidently handmade. You said that it is your tradition to give handmade trinkets during your festival, yes? So, I wanted to express my gratitude for you. I'm glad you came here. It is thanks to you that every day has become something I look forward to. I know. It was difficult to craft. I even had Rio sneak me in some materials. So I hope you like it, even if it may seem shabby. Sethan could only stare at the princess's gift before suddenly turning his back on her. Oh no. Sethan? Is everything alright?
Please, don't look at me right now.
Please, don't look at me right now. Oh. It was easy to tell. He was crying. The princess huffed and simply rubbed his back. I hope it made you happy? Lumi allowed Sethan some time to calm himself. She continued to comfort him all throughout. The princess had never really done anything like consoling someone, but with Sethan, it was so natural to her. Are you feeling better now? Yeah, sorry about that sad display. Didn't I tell you to reduce your apologies? Right. Then, thank you for putting up with me. You are very welcome. She curtsied jokingly. Both of them chuckled. Unfortunately, I don't really have anything to repay you with. You do not have to. I already told you that it is my show of gratitude to you. You've made this feast possible. You make every day so much fun, and you... She looked away, swallowing her words. Yes. Let's end it there. But I'd really like it if I can... Oh! The look on his face just screamed, I've thought of something. Lumi peered at him curiously. Sethan closed his eyes and held out his hands, muttering words unknown to the girl. Just then, light orbs began forming around them. Wow! Wow, look at how good! Wow, he looks so good! The princess could only stare in awe. It's beautiful! Hello, Sneaky, nice to see you. Is this magic?
Yes. We use this spell to light up dark areas.
Ah, the lights flickered about, dancing around them. Lumi chased one of them, and the small orb settled on her hands. Surprisingly enough, it actually felt cool to the touch. She cupped it inside her palms, and then released it back into the sky. The lights began to go upward. Sethan chuckled in the background while she watched them twirl around in the air. He's controlling them, isn't he? The girl huffed. It was clear that he'd been directing the lights in a way that would please her. Oh, Sethan. It was a performance unlike any other.
Do you like it?
Do you like it? Verily.
I'm glad.
Give me just 1 second, chat. Haha, I'm glad. I'm sorry about that, chat. I'm back. When the dark elf smiled the way he did, the princess felt something leap inside her chest. Ah! What was that? Oh, he's cute. Thank you, everyone. Finally, he sent the lights away with a soft flick of his hand. The lights slowly faded in the darkness. Lumi. Sethan made her flinch, but he called her a name. Lumi calmed down.
I've decided. I'll do my best to become worthy of standing by your side.
That's so cute! I've decided I'll do my best to become worthy of standing by your side.
Please wait for me.
So please wait for me. I needed a good story. I needed a good story. Sorry to hype it, squeal. It must be love. Okay.
Don't mind what I just said.
Don't mind what I just said.
If you are cold, we can go back inside.
She was confused by his last words, but she really still couldn't process anything. Don't stand too close, it might hit you, man. Something inside her was still beating loudly. Your heart, duh. Her heart, yeah. The only thing that occupied her mind was the hope that her companion couldn't hear it. I hope those long ears are just for show. They're not. Yes, I'm quite fatigued. I think I'll turn in for the night. Good night, Sethan.
Good night, Lumi.
Good night, Lumi. Hey, what's wrong with me? His smile is driving me mad. Could it be? She froze for a moment. No, I shouldn't. The princess pursed her lips and decided to tuck those feelings away. For goodness sakes already! She had calmed down, but all that was left was a feeling of emptiness.
No. Is the lady asleep?
Oh, is the lady asleep?
How was your date? Were you able to give her your little present?
How was your date? Were you able to give her your little present?
I couldn't.
What? What? He has something for her and he chickened out. He chickened out, Chet. Come on. Come on, dude. Dude. I couldn't.
So you
Exactly, he chickened out.
You're really a piece of work.
You're really a piece of work. I have never seen a drow as timid as you are. This is real, though. Seriously.
To think you've been working on that trinket of yours for weeks.
He's been working on a trinket for weeks. For weeks.
You even hunted down such a rare bird to obtain your materials.
What did he do? You even hunted down such a rare bird to obtain your materials.
And I even had the courtesy to leave the two of you be. Could you miss such a chance?
Ah, seriously. The butler nagged as he repeatedly jabbed a finger on the elf's chest.
You knew that Lumi was making me one as well, didn't you?
You knew that Lumi was making me one as well, didn't you? Hello, Josh. Tonight's going all right. How are you? Mm. ちょっと待ってください。 Sorry. Oh, you just woke up. Oh. Hold on. Ah! My throat is wearing out. Sorry. Wah! You knew Linley was making me one as well, didn't you?
No.
Of course he did.
Whatever are you talking about?
Whatever are you talking
She
about?
couldn't have gotten those materials otherwise.
She couldn't have gotten those materials otherwise.
I have the right to remain silent.
I have the right to remain silent, he replied smugly.
You also knew what it meant for us to do the exchange, didn't you?
You also knew what it meant for us to do the exchange, didn't you?
Normally, it's a one-way exchange for family and friends. It's different when both sides give a trinket.
Alrighty, Josh. Have a great rest of your morning. Normally, it's a one-way exchange for family and friends. It's different when both sides give a trinket. That means...
Reciprocal love.
Yeah. Yeah, I understood. But since you're lurking, I don't know, what all you might hear or anything, so I just hope your morning goes well while you're lurking. Thank you. Thank you. Reciprocal love. It's so cute. What did I upload?
I see now why you weren't able to do it.
He couldn't do it because he's too shy.
Goodness, you are far too innocent still.
Goodness, you are far too innocent still. He knew. He obviously knew from the start. The butler was definitely just playing with the night out.
I wish you had given yours first. Then when the lady reveals that she has one for you as well...
I wish you'd given yours first. Then when the lady reveals that she has one for you as well... Well, that would have been fun. It's not that. At least not only that.
I have a favor.
Huh? I have a favor.
I suppose I'll hear you out first.
I suppose I'll hear you out first.
Please train me.
Please train me. The demon butler raised his brows, and then he smiled. With that, a long night passed. Days have passed since the Yule festival, and things have returned to normal. Or not. It would be a lie to say nothing has changed after the Yule festival. Sethan and Rio have become a rare sight for her, just as how it was back when they've been preparing for the feast, which unfortunately meant that the princess was back to her dull days. But it would be a lie to say that I'm upset to be alone. Truthfully, she was rather relieved not to see their faces, especially Sethan's. Somehow, I feel breathless whenever he's around. I just cannot keep calm. She closed her eyes as she laid flat on her bed with both arms outstretched. I was hoping that feeling was only due to the atmosphere that night, or something of the like. If only it went away a day after, or the next, or the one after that. Whenever he isn't around, I keep thinking of him, the girl muttered to herself. But if it's like this, she grabbed a pillow and buried her face with it. Then, it must be love. I've read enough novels to know these symptoms. I'm in love with Sethan, aren't I? Oh, princess, may I come in? Rio's voice came from the other side of the door. Lumi sat up and set her pillow aside to welcome him in. Very well, come in. Excuse me then. Let's see, did you move the laundry by any chance? It should be beside the tub. I see, thank you. Lumi lazily watched the butler tend to his work. Rio? Go, my lady. If you have anything to ask, just say it. Ah, yay for a new logo, TC. I have all day, but I'd rather not give them all to you. Nor do I have the energy to get in between your lover's spat. We are not in a spat! A pause. Nor are we even lovers. Haha, I know. You should have seen your face. Why, it is as ripe as a tomato. You're insufferable. I'm sorry, I simply couldn't help it. You are far too adorable. Such empty flattery will not work on me. She huffed, crossing her arms over her chest. I tried. Well then, if you do not need anything else, he was ready to leave with the basket of laundry on his hands. I do. That's why I called your attention in the first place. Do not think your distraction would work on me. Oop, you got me. Fine, shoot your question, milady. What has Sethan been up to, anyway? He only comes in to bring me... He only comes in to bring my meals, but he goes off immediately right after. I rarely see him these days. The only reason I'm letting him be was because he said he was working on something with you. But here you are. The girl pouted. It was obvious what she was implying. Should I tell you, or should I not? It's not like I promised him that I wouldn't, he said in a teasing tone. Then just tell me. In any case, I assure you that he did not lie this time. I left him with a task, so I bequeathed him to work on that. Do not tell me you took him in as staff. Why, I would have done that earlier if I could. The Drow's a hard worker, I'll give him that. But no, I did not. All I can tell you is that he is doing this all for your sake, he said with a wink. That said, it'd be best if you hear it from him yourself. Things rarely go well when you involve a third party. At least, I think so. If nothing more, I shall get going. The princess once again grabbed a pillow and hugged it close to her. For me? Training, huh? I think I know what is on his mind. But why? Don't tell me he's trying to... How foolish. Peaceful days passed, yet the season never changed. Despite the hint Rio had left her, Lumi couldn't bring herself to ask Sethan what had been going on with him. Their every day was tranquil and unchanging, yet every moment they spent together, no matter how short, was precious. But perhaps this was simply the calm before the storm? What the... The princess almost leapt from the sudden noise. I did! It was a seemingly ordinary day. Just as usual, Sethan made breakfast, had a chat with Lumi, and went off somewhere. Rio was out taking care of his duties, and the princess was left lounging in her room. That was when the explosion shook her up. She got on her feet and grabbed Rio's bell. It was for calling him in case of an emergency, though she had never really tried it out. What's going on? With most of her days being the same routine day in and day out, a sudden event like this easily blew bubbles of anxiety inside her. The girl held the bell close to her chest, ready to use it any time when... Thank goodness, Rio! But why didn't he know?
Oh, Princess Lumi! We finally found you!
No! No, I don't want this dude. Look at him. No. I want my dark elf. Oh, Princess Lumi, we finally found you. The princess froze in place as three strangers stepped inside her room without warning. But it would be a lie to say she had no idea who they could be. Hero. The man's eyes sparkled. Indeed.
It is I, one of the heroes chosen by your dear father, His Highness.
No. Absolutely not, sir. Behind him were two women, one clad in black robes and the other in white. It wasn't difficult to tell one was a white mage and the other was a black mage.
I apologize for the long wait. Alas, it was a treacherous path we had to tread. Now you are safe within our arms. You have nothing more to fear.
The man was just as how she had always imagined her hero to be like. A strong-looking build, golden hair, and crystal blue eyes. Yes, that was her type. He kneeled in front of her, just as Sethan did when they first met. However, instead of happiness, all she felt was discomfort. Why? Why was this happening now? Oh, yes. Welcome, brave hero. She replied without a hint of enthusiasm. This was nothing close to any of her earnest hero welcome practice attempts. Sethan, Rio, where are you two? The man didn't fold from his position and kept his head down as if he was waiting for something. Behind him, his two companions also watched, with brows starting to furrow as if noticing something was amiss, right as per custom. The girl swallowed and held out her hand, and just as Sethan did, the man brought it to his lips. And then she immediately pulled back. He noticed her aversion, but seemed to at least have some tact and pretend as if it didn't happen.
I know not what the princess has gone through, but you are safe now.
Chat, I am not. I don't like this guy.
Let us go. We shall lead you out and then vanquish the demon lord.
The girl blinked. Yeah, he's creepy looking. You still have not done so?
Unfortunately, but with your blessing, I am sure that we can...
Lumi, I hurry to Suez Rio.
Seven! Yes, Lord Farquaad vibes for sure. Lumi turned around to see Sethan leaping from the balcony, his personal entrance and exit door. However, he stopped on his tracks the moment his eyes met the others inside the room. Feral?
The luggage mule! You're alive?
The plot thickens. What is this? What is this? This is his hero? This is the hero? Lumi blinked, and her eyes went back and forth between the two. The luggage mule? What luggage mule? Oh, princess.
Princess, I hope you do not mind that foul cur.
The princess was all sorts of confused, but she definitely wasn't happy with that offhanded insult on Sethan. Part of her wanted to believe that she had just heard wrong.
We were kind enough to take this drow in our party, despite his lack of, well, everything.
No, I don't like that. Where are my angry eyebrows? I have my angry face, but I need the angry eyebrows. That's not it. Rawr. There. I'm angry. I don't like this man at all. I don't. I bet he's more packed than you are, Lord Farquaad. Yeah, or something.
We even had him do the easiest work. We just had to carry our things.
Ew, I don't like the mage either. The lady in the back chimed in.
We picked him up because no one else wanted to take him in.
No, I don't like them. The The other one added in
He
deadpan.
couldn't fight. He couldn't sing. He couldn't charm. What a useless bard, right? Even the inn kicked him out because he was both an earsore and an eyesore.
You don't say this about our boy. That's not okay. Ooh.
But he left us when we were overwhelmed the first time he arrived here.
We thought that he died already. Guess drows are kinda like me. Unwanted but resilient.
Oh. Ooh. Scummy. They're so scummy. The mage was back. The mage at the back at it again.
No, Lumi, I can explain.
Hold it right there, drow! How dare you try to get close to the princess?
His outburst made Seven freeze right then and there.
Utter her name? How shameless! You must be torturous.
Hello, Yohane. The man placed a hand on his sword's hilt, readying to draw it out. Enough! You dare attempt to shed blood in my room? But he paused as the princess's cold voice pierced him.
Apologies. I hope you were not too offended by this tactless whelp.
The man continued as he relaxed his stance.
Don't worry. I'll make sure that he'd learn his lesson later.
So, you really did abandon him? You willfully left him to fend for himself. Here, in the most dangerous demonic beast stronghold of the kingdom. Ignoring his previous statements, the princess continued her line of inquiry. Her voice was unlike usual. It was frigid and sharp.
Your kindness is truly immeasurable, princess. However, it's not like we could turn back just to save a mere drow. I hope you understand.
I do not like this man. I do not like him. I see. At least you're honest. She peered into Sethan for a moment, which made him flinch. Of course, he could understand that look. He lied to her. He had told her that he offered himself as bait. But that was far from the truth. They left him for dead. Dear hero, thank you very much for coming to my rescue, but... right in the jewels. She punched him straight in the face. Never mind, I thought she kicked him in the you-know-where. She punched him straight in the face, making him topple backwards.
Ow!
Sorry.
The two scurried beside the hero in panic. Yeah, darn it, I was hoping she'd hit him where the sun doesn't shine. He's more deserving for a kidney shot, right? How dare you treat my friend as though he's a disposable object? I do not need a hero like you. Please leave at once. The man didn't seem to have heard her words, as he had already lost consciousness from her single blow. Darn, girl! One punch girl, man. Just KO instantly.
You gorilla princess. How dare you hurt Barney's face?
Excuse me?
You'll pay for this.
He's a loser, and these two are too. Oh, you wish to be next? She replied coldly. The two trembled and turned their attention back to the hero. The two of them worked together to drag him away from the princess and off to a safer place. Now it was just the princess and the bard in the room. They do suck. They all suck. All three of them. They can GTFO really, really far away.
Lumi, listen, I'm sorry.
Wait. She tried to run after him, but before she could reach him, the bard had already leapt off of the balcony. The girl pursed her lips, feeling helpless that she couldn't do more. Yeah, the next kingdom over. I suppose he'd like to be alone for now. He'll return, he promised. He promised he wouldn't leave without a word. I mean, I have expressions. It's just I don't often remember to use them, so it's not on purpose that I didn't say anything. I think I might have showed them off during my debut, but that was a while ago. What? That wench! Yeah, she said she doesn't need you. Meanwhile, the duo had managed to safely drag Farrell out of the castle once again. It didn't really take long before he regained consciousness. That abandoned princess is a waste of time. Let's just go. It's cold here. I hate it. I mean, I also hate the winters, so I don't blame them. He clicked his tongue. I had thought that the foolish girl was naive, as I had heard she was but an ornamental princess. But she lashed out on you. Forget her. You have me. Us. The black mage was quick to correct. Yes, us. She added in deadpan. Listen here, two of you. Completing this quest should allow us to live like royalty for the rest of our lives. And we've been at this for years. We cannot give up now. That aside, I was thinking, maybe that drow cast a spell on her? The hero narrowed his eyes. Oh? Care to explain? As you all may know, drows are masters of the dark arts. What if he was manipulating her? Ha! That weakling? A pause. No. Hold on. You might have a point there. Perhaps he's even one of the Demon Lord's pawns. Yes, that makes sense. That makes so much sense. That's how he still lives. Oh, that pitiful princess. I should have realized earlier. That damned drow pulled a fast one on us. He must have been a spy for the Demon Lord all along. Oh, Farrell, you're so smart. I am, aren't I? Of course I am. So, our mission is to take away the brainwashed princess, even against her brainwashed will. And then cut down the Demon Lord and that evil drow. Let us prepare and wait for the right moment. It's best to strike when least expected. The night elf slipped through the balcony and cautiously walked inside the room. His steps were quiet, consciously so. He didn't want to wake the princess after all. He was about to enter his closet when... I do not understand why you still need to stay there when Rio is already an accomplice. The princess sat up from her bed. The dark elf froze. Oh, Lumi. Have you sorted out your thoughts? Her tone was gentle. It was evident that she had been concerned over him. He averted his gaze from the girl, unsure how to proceed. Lumi crossed her arms over her chest. Do not worry, I shall keep waiting for you, no matter how long. I may be quite upset, but I am not angry. The dark elf hung his head low, as though a child being scolded by his mother.
I lied to you.
I lied to you. Yes, I could tell. I have a good idea as to why you did it, but I'd still like to hear it directly from you. Sethan remained silent for a long while, but Lumi didn't mind. Just as she had told him, she will be waiting for him, no matter how long. It was quiet, even more so that the area was practically a barren wasteland of snow. Sometimes a soft breeze would blow to break the stillness. Nope, the dark elf isn't scum. Not at all. Sometimes a soft breeze would blow to break the stillness. At times they would hear an owl hooting or a wolf howling from afar. The princess paid no heed to her surroundings and only placed her focus on Sethan, who was standing in front of her.
I started off my travels with fellow Dark Elves from my clan.
I started off my travel with fellow Dark Elves from my clan. He finally began talking.
But soon, I proved to be a detriment to them, so they abandoned me.
So they abandoned me.
No other party was willing to take me in as I was a Dark Elf, so I later found myself traveling on my own.
No other party was willing to take me in as I was a Dark Elf, so I later found myself traveling on my own.
I've never ventured through dungeons or vanquished dragons. All I ever did was run away at any sign of danger.
I've never ventured through dungeons or vanquished dragons. All I ever did was run away at any sign of danger.
Rather than adventure, all I'd done was roam.
Rather than adventure, all I've done was roam.
And then Farrell invited me to their party. I was happy to be asked for once.
I was happy to be asked for once.
But I found myself not as a member of his party, but more of an attendant. All I ever did was carry their things and sometimes serve them food. Tend to their needs.
Attend to their needs.
Yet, I was happy. They at least accepted me. I'm no valiant warrior. I'm nothing but a fraud.
I'm no valiant warrior. I'm nothing but a fraud. He lifted his head, and for once throughout this conversation, he faced the princess.
I was never here to rescue you.
I was never here to rescue you.
I've never been deserving of your kindness.
I've never been deserving of your kindness. I'm... Once again, the Dark Elf lowered his gaze, unable to meet eyes with Lumi. You do not have to force yourself. I understand. The princess stood up and took his hands. He found himself looking back at her. You've been through a lot, I can tell. It must have been lonely, being alone, unaccepted by everyone around you. I know of loneliness born from isolation, but his was born from non-acceptance. At least I know that I have my family to return to, but Sethan does not. She could feel her chest tighten for him. It must have been painful. Honestly, I could not dare say that I know how you feel. However, there is one thing I've no doubt about. She squeezed his hands tight. Sethan couldn't help but meet her eyes once more. I shall always welcome you by my side, no matter what. You are worth more than what they make you out to be. They do not define you. I do not define you. You define yourself. They do not see your worth, and they do not deserve you. Lumi. He could only mutter her name in response. The girl wrapped her arms around him and allowed the elf to bury his head on her shoulders. Go on.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. She couldn't see, but she knew that tears had fallen from his eyes. Once again, he cried. Lumi knew that Sethan didn't want her to see him like that, just like as he did during their Yule feast. It's fine. It's fine. She comforted him the same way she did last time. They stayed like that for a while until her friend had calmed down. After a while, the princess had put herself back in bed. Sethan, on the other hand, was on the floor, with his back resting against the edge of her bed. I'm sorry for keeping you up. This is nothing. I just hope that you are feeling better now. He nodded, though she could only see the back of his head. About what you said. The reason I've been training with Rio was actually to strengthen myself as a bard. Because I wanted to become the adventurer that you think I am. I figured it was something like that. I was not aware that Rio was, well, could do bard. He actually complained about it. I am not a bard. Why are you asking me? He said, mimicking the redhead. It was evident how much more cheerful he sounded now. Then, how did you coerce him? She asked excitedly. I pleaded. He may not be a bard, but I had a feeling that Rio knew more than he let on. I asked him for advice on how I could get better, and I was not wrong to come to him. Oh, I see. The princess nodded in understanding. Honestly, she still didn't understand it fully. How could a butler provide bard training? Truly, that butler was mysterious. Then, why the need to be so secretive about this? Huh? Was I? He averted his gaze while scratching his cheek. Lumi stared at him with narrow eyes. That night. I felt so nervous around you after that night, so I wanted to get away for a while. His voice went smaller and smaller as he spoke. Lumi could only knit her eyebrows together in confusion. Could you repeat that? He was obviously in distress. The princess sighed. If you keep this up, you'll drive me insane. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath, placing a hand over her bosom. You have no idea how tumultuous it is within my chest right now. I think I might be in love with you. She confessed! The dark elf was left frozen and speechless by her sudden confession. After a moment of non-reaction, she couldn't help but just hide her face behind her hands. She was aware how red her face had become, and while it may already be dark, night elves had good eyes. Thankfully, he wasn't looking, as only the back of his head was facing her. Even so, she just...
Lumi?
Lumi? Sethan turned around and peered at the girl. Forget what I said. Please spare me the shame, she said as she buried herself under the bedsheet. The princess curled up and sighed. She knew how inelegant she was being. Very unlike a princess. But what else could she do? Her emotions were all over the place. This was nothing like the romance she had always imagined. In her mind, it had always been a solemn thing. A pledge of love, a kiss on the hand, and an elegant wedding. Just like fairy tales. Nothing like this. Lumi? The princess could hear footsteps walking up closer until a shadow loomed over her.
I'll lift up the blanket.
I'll lift up the blanket. No. Yawn. Then there was silence. She could tell that he wanted to convey without even the use of words. I'll wait for you. Fine. She heard a soft sigh of relief from outside her covers. Gently, her sheets were lifted up and the sound effects are insanely loud, revealing the trembling girl underneath.
You know I won't make fun of you.
You know I won't make fun of you. I know.
I like you too.
Aww, he likes her too, Chad. He likes her too, Chad. He likes her too. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Look at her. But not yet. The girl who had been avoiding to meet his gaze finally met his.
I'm sorry, but please wait a little longer.
I don't want to wait. I'm impatient. Stop making me wait. It's been 5 hours. I'm sorry, but please wait a little longer. How much longer? She's been waiting and waiting and waiting. Yes, I've been waiting and waiting and waiting. When the news of the hero's party arriving came, it was almost in her grasp, only to be taken away. And now her heart has been stolen and the thief was right in front. Yeah, I know. It's almost there, yet it's not. She wanted to see the world he had shown her through his songs, through her own eyes. And waiting and waiting and waiting, and waiting and waiting and waiting. For 1,000,000 years! It's been 1,000,000 years! Why was it so hard to grasp?
Not much longer.
Not much longer, he finally replied. The girl swallowed, downhearted. But then she felt her hand being grabbed. Lumi looked up, and once again met Sethin's gaze.
You're a princess.
You're a princess, and I'm
nothing of note. A mere commoner.
Nothing of note, a mere commoner. She blinked. Ah, of course. This was something she had failed to take into consideration, as she has always assumed that Kethin was part of the hero's party. He may not have been the hero himself, but being a member was just as honorable, a heroic feat worthy of a princess's hand. I don't know, if somebody wants to make an out-of-context compilation, they're welcome to do so. But now with the truth that had come out, he didn't have the qualifications. As he thought about it this far...
That's why I want to be someone who can protect you. Someone who you can be proud of. Someone who can stand by your side.
That's why I want to be someone who can protect you. Someone who you can be proud of. Someone who can stand by your side.
I want to be your hero.
I want to be your hero. He placed one hand on her cheek and then held her hand with his other. The bard then brought her hand to his lips.
This I pledge.
This I pledge. The girl could only watch. She had to wait longer, but it was fine. It's not fine. I am not fine. Because this time, she didn't have to wait alone. Very well, I accept. Thus, the princess had officially granted Sethin the title of hero candidate. A privilege that only those of royal blood could sanctify upon the worthy. Then I shall be waiting for you, my hero. The rest of the night was spent like any other, chatting with each other, stories and songs. It had been the same room, the same place. Oh, it had been the same room, the same person, the same place. Yet everything felt different. Her cold, lonely room had become warm and comforting. Sethin started staying around Lumi's room for much longer periods before his training time. He was no longer avoiding her. Most of the time, they'd just chat, drink tea, and enjoy some music. It was almost just like how it was before, except they knew that they were more than friends. Not that either one would voice it out loud. They knew, and that was enough for now. Despite how they feel, both of them have drawn a line to honor the promise. Lumi, you've been staring for quite a while now. Stairs? As I've thought. I really want to do it. Me? To do what? Do it with you. Huh? I'd like to... They had me! They had me! 20 out of 10. Good. You had me. I'd like to touch your ears. No, those are very personal. I've been wondering how they felt like, especially when they're drooping like that. The girl continued staring intently. The dark elf didn't show any sign of relief despite her clarification. In fact, he looked distraught. I suppose... He's staring into his soul. The pressure was on. Look at those sparkly eyes. How do you resist that? As long as you be gentle with them. You guys, you have to be really, 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 really careful with an elf's ears. And also, you have to be pretty special to be allowed to touch them because of what it can do. So... They're rather sensitive. Yes, exactly. Elf ears are very, very sensitive. Oh, really? Wonderful. She leapt up excitedly and skipped behind him, almost as though she didn't hear his warning. Uh-oh. Yep. The princess hesitated at first, but her eyes were definitely focused on the elf's ears, as if she were studying them. So, this is what they look like up close. Yeah, he's got long ones like I do. I love it. Slowly, she reached out to one ear and grabbed the tip with her thumb and index finger. She then played around with it, albeit gently. Ah, this is how it feels like. It's so soft, like wet pasta? But a tad... Is my ear like wet pasta? No. Nuh-uh. What? I don't know, chat. But a tad harder. Yeah, that face. I certainly try to be, say so, yes. Oh, was that painful? I'm sorry. No, it just tickled. No. Definitely not a Vtuber. I see. Are all elves ticklish around their ears? I don't know. No one would ever dare ask to touch them. Normally, anyway. Is that so? I suppose I really am the only one who finds them adorable. Is it fine to continue? Yeah, suit yourself. This time, she traced the edge of his ears with her fingers. Sorry for tickling you. The seventh gave her a sheepish smile, coupled with a nod. Then what about? This time, the girl stroked his ears. Oh no. Slowly, his droopy ears began to... harden until it felt like human ears to the touch. Or actually, it feels quite harder. Oh no. I didn't anticipate this. She thought to herself while comparing his ears with her own. It sure is smooth though. Finally noticing. Finally noticing Sepin's laborious attempt to hold his laughter, Yumi retracted her hand. You know, I wouldn't mind if you laugh, but it's embarrassing. I keep pronouncing it wrong. I'm getting so tired, chat. It's been so long. At the moment, his ears drooped again. You have no need to be ashamed around me. Besides, I do want to see you laugh. I could say the same to you. Well now, no more holding back. Oh, she got the kitty face. I don't know how much longer it is. Hello, Backrooms. I didn't think this would take me so long. She's toying with his ears. And we've got this happening. Hmm? He blinked moments before carnage. The princess first touched the tip of his droopy ears again and then began to stroke them. Like before, they slowly hardened while she did her deed. Stop! Stop. I like that they're making it a funny thing. Oh dear, was that too much? It's fine. I am fine. Ha! Good. Round 2? No, please no. Despite his adamant refusal, it was obvious that he was having fun, and the two just roughed house like children throughout the morning until Sethan left for his training. Later that afternoon, whoopsie. You did what? The butler looked as though he had heard something horrendous. He then proceeded to massage his temples. Lumi couldn't help but freeze in place with her teacup hanging mid-air. She suddenly felt like she did something terribly wrong. Goodness, have you any idea how sensitive elf's ears are? Yeah, I know. I don't know how much there's left. I didn't think this game would be a really long one. Man, this is... Well, I did say 20,000 plus words, so I should have known better. 12.7, 2.8... What? 3.5... Yeah, unfortunately, chat, it has been almost 5.5 hours, and I really think I should, unfortunately. Unfortunately, I really do think I need to call it there, because I am really tired. It's getting hard to read straight. Yes, it's 3:26 in the morning, and I have to be up at 7 a.m. to make sure that the bird gets food and music and the cats get breakfast. Thankfully, I should be able to get some rest after that. But yeah, I haven't been getting a lot of sleep lately, and I think that's part of why I had that panic attack earlier and started crying at random because my whole body just went error codes on me. I don't know, but I apparently have pushed through that to just be like energy or something. I don't know. Let's go ahead and we will put this over here. So we're gonna be over here for right now. Yeah, it was 1 a.m. earlier. It's now 3:27 in the morning. Yeah. So I started at 10 p.m. my time, and now it's 3:27 a.m. the next day my time. So it's been a really long stream. Yes. If you enjoyed tonight, I will go ahead and get back to this soon so that we can finish off the story. I'm not sure when, but soon. Let's just get it done instead of waiting forever, because that's never a lot of fun. Yes, please, if you enjoyed the stream, please subscribe. I look forward to seeing you guys soon. Thank you all so much for joining me tonight. It's been fun hanging out with you. I'm very sorry about the panic attack earlier. I'm glad I made it through though, and that we got to continue this story. So thank you much again. Your support means the world to me. I look forward to seeing you guys next time. If you enjoyed the stream, please consider hitting the subscribe or follow button depending on where you're watching. Don't forget to drop a comment with your thoughts or any questions you might have. Stay tuned for more fun streams coming your way, like the continuation of this story and the original Final Fantasy VII, plus many more things. And until next time, take care and stay sparkling. Oyasumi nasai. It's time for me to go to bed. Jane.